Welcome to the complete iOS 8 course with Swift. I'm so glad you decided to join us, and I'm really excited to get started on our journey as we learn Swift and the new iOS 8 framework that Apple has just released. I want to cover some housekeeping items. If you've taken courses with us before, feel free to skip ahead. But if you're not sure how these courses work and kind of the goals of the course, I thought I'd go through them together, just so you can have an idea of where we're headed and really how to get the most out of this course. One of the things we do in our course that's a little bit different than other courses you may have taken online in the past is we include challenges and assignments. These are meant to challenge you. They're also really meant to have you practice coding and do so in a real environment. So we immediately jump into Xcode out of the gate. This is the tool you're going to be programming in. We don't like programming in browser because I feel like using the tools really helps you as you learn how to code iOS and make your own applications. So one of the goals of this course is to build your own applications. And I really feel that challenges and assignments help you get over the fear of building your own app. You know, it's one of the scariest things in the world to have just this white open text editor and to not know where to start. So we're going to build a bunch of applications together. Some are going to be really small, some are going to be long, and they're going to have multiple steps that we're going to go through together. As you build out these challenges and assignments, I recommend that you take a stab at it, that you try to think how to approach it. But we always include solution videos, and we have a thriving discussion forum and community board that I'll be showing you in our next lecture. So I never want you to feel alone or super stressed out that you don't know how to move forward. Check out the solution videos. It's okay, especially if this is your first programming language. We really had to make this course acceptable and understandable to beginners as well as people that have programming experience in the past. So just because you're not getting something and everyone else seems to be getting it doesn't mean that this course isn't for you. It just might mean that you need to take a little bit more time to go through the material. You might have to review a lecture again or ask a question. So one of the questions we get a lot is, why is this course so long? We're releasing a good chunk of our course, and we're going to continue to release additional modules and sections, especially since Apple is still making adjustments to the iOS 8 framework and the Swift programming language. We really want this to be a comprehensive approach to Swift and iOS 8. And as such, we have quite a few different things to take you through. And we really believe in repetition. So if things aren't making sense to you, we will go over a topic 4 or 5 times often. We'll have review videos in there. There's tons of chances for you to understand a concept even if you don't fully understand it the first time around. One of the things that students kind of get tripped up on is going over every detail the first time they go through a lecture. And sometimes we'll push things to the future, and I'll explicitly say in the video, we're going to cover this in a later lecture. In fact, some of you have commented in the past that it was a little bothersome. Well, we feel that you really learn by coding. And if we try to explain every detail, you get really bogged down and you don't move forward and you don't see progress and then you quit. So we've really tried to create a balance between showing you cool concepts, but also building things. And if you have a little bit of patience, I can almost guarantee you that you're going to get in that understanding for that topic you initially didn't understand, and you're going to see it come up later, and the light bulb is going to go off. So keep moving forward through the material, and don't be afraid to circle back later on, and you often will figure out that you've answered your question. As you go through the material, I want you to keep in mind that Swift is going to be continuing to change, and so is iOS 8, and we're going to continue to make adjustments to the lectures based on requests, based on bug reports. So we're really going to try to make this course the best course for iOS possible. And any reports and anything that comes up that you find, any suggestions, please post them. It's so helpful to have feedback from you guys. You guys really make this course awesome. So I hope you'll approach this as a community learning experience rather than just a single online course you're going to take. We really are going to try our best to get you through the material and work through it with you together. If you see slight screen differences, one of the reasons for this was the number of betas Apple's released, and we've really been working to get this released as soon as possible for you guys. So If you see slight differences, and if at any point you're confused by these differences, please post. We're working on updating all these videos, but some of these videos were made during different versions of the betas. So all the code should work, and if it doesn't, please let us know. One of the areas I really stress that you pay attention to is the notes section, because if there is some sort of issue, we'll immediately update the notes section, but getting around to updating the video might take a little bit more time. So the notes section is going to be really handy, and in fact, we'll add like a bold or a, please look at this, and hopefully it'll really stand out to you if there's some sort of issue in the lecture. And really quickly, I know I've been rambling, but I would just want to thank every single person who's joined this course. You guys make this course awesome. Shameless plug, if you want to reach out to me or John Nichols, we're both on Twitter. And let me just pull this up real quick so you can see. This is me on Twitter. And John Nichols, who was instrumental in helping us develop the content for this course, is also on Twitter. That's his awesome Twitter page. So really hope you enjoy it. Please leave feedback, and let's get started. So before we get started, there's one other housekeeping item I want to point out, and that's just the resources for this course. So we're going to have access to a community board here. It's community.bitfountain.io. Unfortunately, we don't have it fully integrated into our course site yet, but we're working on that. So you're going to have to generate another username and password. Quite annoying, I know. We are working on it, I promise. And in here, you can interact with students. It's a great way to post jobs, feedback. If you have requests, we have a whole request here. And as I said, we're going to continue to build out this course. So this is a great place to state what you're looking for in the course. We also post discounts for our supporters, as well as other cool items that we find. So definitely check out community.bitfountain.io. The other thing I want to point out, we have our own discussion boards, and they're very targeted to our students. We also have the discus in the course. I can actually just jump in. If you take a look at the complete iOS course, which has a bunch of discussions, you can post right into the bottom here. And, we take a look at these, every day.
Today we're going to start.
And, hopefully we'll be able to get back to you and help you solve your problems. There's also Stack Overflow. Now, Stack Overflow, I have mixed feelings about. It's really great for finding information on a specific question. But if you're a complete beginner, the Stack Overflow community can be mean at times, for lack of putting it a better way. So, it's a great way to post questions if you're running into some really weird bug. But, feel free to post in our very, new user-friendly environment, and we'll do the best we can to get you on the right track. And in the notes section in this lecture, we'll be adding additional links and free resources for you to check out. Feel free to just drop in and discuss other cool ones you find. There's tons of free stuff on the web, and we have no problem with you guys posting any resources you find. We're all about learning as much about iOS as a community together as possible. The final thing I want to mention is a lot of you are coming to us from the Udemy platform, and I just want to say that we will not be supporting our courses on Udemy going forward. We're going to be supporting it on our platform. We have a lot more control about the content we're able to put up, the links we're able to link to, and the technology, frankly, has caused us quite a bit of issues with videos that haven't been able to play on Udemy. So we're going to be supporting this on our platform. I hope this isn't disappointing for the users. We really are working on making our platform the best possible. So we're going to be taking feature requests, anything you like or don't like. Again, please feel free to post feedback, and we're really going to try to make this platform the best possible.
This is going to be a very brief video on how you can get Xcode installed on your computer if you currently don't have it. So all you need to do is go to your Spotlight here, which is in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Go ahead and open up the App Store. You will need an Apple ID, so if you don't have one, go ahead and create one. I think most people have that by now. So go to Updates. Make sure you have the latest software upgrade for your operating system. We're required to have the latest and greatest. And then go ahead and search for Xcode. And you go ahead and click on Xcode here. And you can select Install. Right now, we're looking at version 6.0.1. So that's the version that we're going to be using and filming for our entire course. Now, if for some reason that's not possible for you, you don't have the operating system 10.9 Mavericks or higher, then you can take a look at virtual machines. Maybe you can borrow friends. There are ways to get around this, but the easiest way is to have a computer where you can actually install Xcode 6. In terms of VMs, I recommend Googling this. We don't have any prescribed method in order to use a VM. In fact, it's technically breaking Apple's terms of service to go ahead and use one of those. But some of our students have reported success being able to use that even on something like a Windows computer. So that's where you can download Xcode from the App Store and install it. Make sure you get the latest and greatest. It's really cool, brand new stuff in there. And we're going to go through, all of the different features that are new to Xcode and really just explain what's going on in our next video. So we're going to get started with our first Xcode project. So go ahead and open up Xcode. If you don't know how to open it, make sure you installed it from the previous video where we showed you where to download it from. And you can always find it in Spotlight by typing in Xcode to find your current version of Xcode. Now make sure it says version 6.0.1. That's the version we're going to be using in this course. And right now in my right-hand panel here, I have some previous projects I've opened up in the past. You might have this be completely empty because you probably haven't created any projects yet. If you have, they'll show up in this right-hand panel here. Now, we're not going to be creating a playground in this project, but we will be using this in the future. Playgrounds are really cool if we want to just test out some code on our own really quickly. We are going to be creating a new Xcode project. So we're going to be selecting this option, and we're not going to be checking out an existing project. So we don't need to click on this. And we actually have another way we can open projects in the future as well. So let's create a new Xcode project here. And we're just going to go over the options here. So we're actually not going to be working with OS X applications inside of this course. We're going to be sticking with iOS applications, iPhone, iPad. But they are here if you're interested. It's a different developer license you need to purchase. And it's a different framework. But the language is going to be consistent, and the way you're going to go about doing things, a lot of the design patterns are going to be consistent. So if you want to pick this up, it shouldn't be too difficult after you've gone through the full iOS course. We're going to be sticking with iOS, and we're going to be sticking with applications. You can generate your own frameworks and libraries if you're interested. And we could also create an empty application with nothing in it. But we're going to be taking advantage of Apple's boilerplate code inside of the single view application, which basically just creates an application with one view. It'll generate a storyboard for us, which is going to be this nice graphical interface. We're going to be able to adjust UI elements, kind of set things up, get them looking kind of like we want in our application, and then connecting things up and actually building functionality on top of that. So this is going to be a really popular option we pick. Master detail is also another template we could use. You see this in iPad applications often. Things like the email application in the iPad are a really common example of a master detail, where you have some sort of table view, or a bunch of rows that you can interact with and click on, and it adjusts some sort of view on the right, which is usually your email. You can see some details for the email. So you have a list of emails on the left, and the actual details of the email on the right. Page-based applications, you can kind of swipe through different screens that will appear. Not as common as a single view app or even just kind of setting up your own stuff, but you do see this often in tutorials at the beginning of an app, right? For the first time you use it, you'll often see a page-based app. Tabbed applications are somewhat common. You'll see these often in camera type applications, things like índztαgrαm, where you have that middle camera and then you have some options on the right, and this all appears on this menu at the bottom. And games, this is really cool for setting up, things in SpriteKit or Metal. So a single view application is going to be the option that we choose here. So we're going to go ahead and press next. And let's give this a product name. So we're going to call this Postcard because we're going to be building a postcard application as our first application. And we're actually not going to need to do any coding for the first few lectures here, because we're actually going to be focusing on the storyboard, getting comfortable in the storyboard, understanding how to interact with UI elements. And you might say, well, I signed up to learn how to code. Don't worry, we're going to have a ton of time where we learn about the Swift programming language, but we're going to start in the storyboard because it's really user-friendly and it'll give us an idea about the potential that a lot of our UI elements have in the future. The next thing we're going to do here is we're going to set up an organization name. If you don't have one, you can just use your name, right? Like I could do Elliot Arntz. I'm going to leave this as Bitfountain, but if you don't have an organization, if you do have one, you feel free to put your name in for your organization there. And then you need an organization identifier. So once again, if you don't have one, you could do self.edu. That's a pretty common organization identifier if you don't have one. If you do have your own URL that you use, maybe you have a personal website or something, just do a reverse DNS. So you're going to say, com.your, name, or in this case, it'd be io.bitfountain, right? It's bitfountain.io where you're probably viewing this right now. Our language is going to be Swift, and we're going to be using Swift throughout our whole course here. If you want to learn about Objective-C, we do have the iOS 7 course for free, but that's a little dated now. So, I highly recommend using this course because it's going to mirror Xcode 6. It's going to be all the latest and greatest stuff in the iOS 8 framework. So, really cool stuff upcoming. For devices, we're going to select Universal here. Universal allows us to deploy to both the iPhone and iPad. Now, for our first few applications, I would say for the first third of the course, roughly, we're not really going to worry about deploying to the iPad. It's just an extra step that is going to slow us down from learning the programming language Swift, as well as the framework. So we're going to be primarily concentrating with, can we get something to run on the iPhone, and does it look like the way we supposed it would? But we will be doing this in the future, and we might as well just set this to universal for now. There's no harm in doing that right now. We're going to uncheck this option for core data. We will be using core data in the future, absolutely. But for right now, we don't need to save things locally to our file system. It's just going to be an additional step we have to take in order to save things for sessions. So we'll absolutely get into core data in the future, but you don't need to check that option right now. So you can press next. Now I am going to select the option to create a Git repository on my Mac. If for some reason you don't want to ever save your project or share your project, you don't have to check this option. I highly recommend you do. We will shortly have a whole video series on how you can implement, using GitHub, using Terminal to save your project to GitHub. But for right now, you're not going to need to immediately use that, but you might want to push this project up. And then why would you ever need this? Well, if you want to share this project with your friend, you want to share this project with a potential client, or maybe you're going to go ahead and apply for some jobs in iOS in the future, it's really nice to have this online portfolio in GitHub. You can just share your repos with someone else, and they're going to see, oh yeah, they actually do know how to code iOS. They've made some projects. The final and most important reason is you're going to be able to share it with the class and myself in case you run into some crazy bugs. You're trying to describe them on their forums or discussions, and you're just not able to communicate what's going on, or I'm not able to see it. If you just push up your GitHub repo and send me the link or share the link, it'll be really easy for whoever's re-examining your project to see, okay, well, this is exactly what they did and this was what went wrong. So I'm going to press create now, and we're going to have our first Xcode project. In our next video, we're going to go over all these crazy different elements, all these different panels we have inside of our project. So hopefully you're able to create your first project. We're going to go over a brief tour of Xcode right now, so you can kind of get used to what some of these panels are doing. We're not going to get to everything in this video, but we'll be covering quite a bit. So I recommend clicking through all these elements, even if you're just kind of sitting there, all right, well, this doesn't seem too complicated. Actually, clicking on these elements will help you gain that muscle memory to remember, okay, this is what this thing does when I click on this element, and these buttons will seem a little bit less scary. So the first thing I recommend you do is use the drop down here. Now, if you have a device selected and you have a developer account, notice that it says no signing identity found. Right now in my project, that means I haven't hooked up my developer account to this project yet. And you will have the option to deploy this to your own device. Okay? But for this course, we're going to stick with the simulator for as much as possible. So we have a bunch of different devices here. I know the iPhone 6 and 6 Plus are the brand new iPhones, but we're going to be sticking with the 5S for the beginning parts of this course, just because so many of the screen sizes before the new iteration of the iPhone were set to the same width. So deploying to the 5S, obviously the same. And then the 4S and the 4 The 4 doesn't appear in this list, but the 4S also has the same screen width. So we're going to be sticking with the 5S for a lot of this. We will be showing you how to deploy to multiple screen sizes, absolutely, in the future. So you'll know how to do that, but for right now, that's not on the list of items to do. So if we press on the little plus button, or the play button up here, excuse me, not plus, play, in the upper left-hand corner, it says build, then run the current scheme. Now what this is going to do is it's going to launch my application here. I'm going to see postcard. That's going to be my launch view there. And then it's just going to show me a blank screen. And that's because I set up a single view application and it just created a single view for me. Once my application is running, is press the stop button and go back to my iPhone simulator here. And hopefully this will look a lot like the iPhone screen you're familiar with. We can go over here. There's multiple panels here. We have access to Maps, HealthKit, which is brand new. We're going to have an application where we show you how to use HealthKit. And our application postcard now appears here. We could delete it if we wanted to. We don't want to do that right now. We could also, hold on, let's rerun our application here and just press stop. It was we were held down there. Let's press on settings and we can go to general. We can see that we have access to languages, so we could change this to a different language if we were testing, will my application deploy to French properly. We also have access to privacy, all these different elements, Facebook, Twitter, so you can input your credentials here. So the simulator is going to work a lot like a regular iPhone. There's obviously some limitations. One of the big ones is we don't have a camera, but we do actually have a camera on our device. So when we build our camera application, we're going to figure out how to get around that. But if we look at photo and camera, we can see that we also have options for this as well. And basically, we're going to be able to use the simulator to test our applications to see if they're working properly. We're going to be able to do that right on the screen here. Now, one of the big errors people seem to have with this simulator, sometimes it doesn't launch properly, sometimes the keyboard won't work. You can always go to iOS simulator and go to reset content and settings. And I have to do this quite often. It's a real pain to do. But if for some reason you have some issue with the simulator, I recommend doing this first and then try rerunning your application. So just reset contents and settings, reset, and then you can rerun your application. So it's going to be something you're just going to have to do until Xcode fixes the bugs with the simulator. And there are some bugs with the simulator right now. So going back to our project here, let's continue going through the different elements that were generated for us. We also saw this middle postcard thing here, and you might say, okay, what is that? Well, this is just a schema. We're not going to be touching schemas for quite a while, if at all. But we can change the schema here. You can edit the schema, you can create a new schema, and kind of determine how this thing should run if you need to. Now, the default's going to work fine for us, so we don't need to touch that. In the left side here, we see there's a bunch of different tabs here, and actually if we hover over them, we're going to see Xcode tells us, the name here, Find Navigator, Issue Navigator, and this hopefully will give you an idea of what type of navigator we're looking at. Now, the most common one we're going to be looking at is the Project Navigator, which is the far left one here, and this shows us our file structure. Now, when our Xcode projects compile, it's actually a flat file structure, so it doesn't matter kind of the order and what groupings we use, but it's really nice to group things visually as we're developing our applications, and this is the default structure that Apple sets up for us. So we have a bunch of files in here. We can click on the carets here to open and close these groupings, and we see that we get something called the app delegate here, and this is just a file that sets up some code that figures out and alerts us when our application opens or closes, if the user presses the home button or reopens our application. And we're not going to be doing anything in here for quite a while. We also get to this viewcontroller.swift file, and this is going to be the code that manages the default view Apple sets up, and that default view can be found in our storyboard. Now, sometimes, depending on your screen size, you're going to find that this is quite small. So I often will go to the far right-hand corner here in the upper right-hand corner and close these panels out, right, to give myself a little bit more space to look at the view here, the views inside of my storyboard. So opening and closing these, I recommend you just do it a few times in case, for some reason you don't see this far left-hand panel or this far right-hand panel. That's the reason, right? You've clicked these buttons. We also have this image.exe assets. We're going to be able to set up our app icons here. So, what should the little icons that show up on the actual device look like? For our application, we're also going to be able to set up, launch images in our launch screen.zip file, which is really cool that they've added this as well for us. Now, we also have something called the supporting files. We have info.plist. We can set up some additional options for launching our application. You only really usually adjust this when you're doing something with an API or when you're deploying it to the App Store. There are obviously other reasons to adjust the info plist, but we won't be touching this for quite a while. We have tests in here. We're not going to be writing tests for quite some time, but it automatically is generating our project with tests. And we have this products. This is our target here. And we're often going to be adding files and adding them to the target postcard.app. Again, we won't be doing that for quite a bit, but we will be adding some images to our product. So we're going to want to use this target in the future. If we just click through these items here, we're not going to be touching the majority of these, but there are a few I want to point out. The first one is the Find Navigator, and this is really cool because it allows you to search for any line of code or any phrase inside of your entire application. So if we do a search for something like view controller, we are able to see in here that there's 3 places where view controller is written, and we can just click on these and it shows us the line of code. So it's really useful if you are trying to find something in your code, you just don't know where it is. Now, if there's some sort of issue with your project, this will appear here. Warnings or compile errors, right? Warnings, you're still able to run your application. Compile errors are a hard break and your application won't run at all. Test Navigator, for working on some tests here, you'll be able to look at them here. This shows us how our application is running, right? How much memory it's consuming, what percentage of the CPU it's using as well. This is our breakpoint navigator. So if we add some breakpoints, which pauses our code, it would appear here. We'll talk about breakpoints in the future. And finally, we can take a look at the report navigator, which will tell us when we ran it, when we built it, and we can kind of see a list of what we've done with our application inside of our project. So the final thing we want to do here is we want to take a look at this upper right-hand corner. And what we're going to be specifically looking at is the assistant editor. And the assistant editor, I'm just going to open up the project navigator again, is a really cool way that we can take a look at 2 files side by side. So if we click here, we can switch this to the view controller, our first one, and then we can see another folder side by side. If we use the drop down here, we can choose which file to open up. Let's say we want to take a look at the view controller side by side. And we're often going to be connecting elements up from our storyboard to another file. So we're going to be using this assistant editor quite often. If you have a really big screen size, maybe you're using a big iMac, it's really cool to be able to see 2 classes simultaneously as well if you're working in 2 different classes. So the assistant editor is really cool. They chose a tuxedo here for the assistant, I suppose. If you want to go back to single view, all you have to do is select standard editor, and that will bring you back to the single view. The final panel I want to show you is this bottom item that you can open up here. And this is going to be the area we use most often. It's going to be the console. And if you have some errors or if you print out some information from your computer program and you want to see the output, it'll often appear here. So you can open and close this depending. Now, all of these panels you can kind of stretch just by hovering and dragging, right? So if you need some more space to work with, it's really common to go ahead and drag these to give yourself a little bit more space to work with. So we're going to spend some time in this video exploring the storyboard. So go ahead and open up the main.storyboard file. And I need my right panel. I'm going to go ahead and close my left-hand panel to give myself a little bit more space to work with here. So let's start in the top left-hand corner of our storyboard here. We can see where we currently are or what we currently have selected. So we see that chain here. And we see that we have the view controller scene here. And we're going to refer to this as our scene outline quite often. And in here we have our view controller. So we have one view controller. And if we select what's called the identity inspector, we can see that the class that manages it is view controller. So if I quickly just pop open my left-hand pane here, you see that we have a class here named viewcontroller.swift. And this class is managing this view controller. Now, If I delete this, it's still going to say view controller scene view controller, but the class is no longer going to be properly reflected here. And this view controller inside of my storyboard is no longer going to be managed by the viewcontroller.swift file. So when we update the class that manages a specific view, and we will add additional view controllers in the future, they'll have different names like detail view controller or main view controller. We'll be updating the class to something like main view controller and so on and so forth. So each view controller in our storyboard has one view controller file, or it'll say like detail view controller or whatever the name of our file that is of type UI view controller or subclass of UI view controller. We'll get to subclassing in the future. That manages it. So you want to make sure that you leave the class as view controller so that this file can manage this view. Now let's go back and take a look at the rest of our scene outline here. We have a top layout guide, a bottom layout guide, which we're not going to worry about right now, but what we will be looking at is the view. And the view is the most important thing in our storyboard right now because the view is what we can add all of our UI elements on top of. What do I mean by that? Well, if we take a look at the bottom right-hand corner here, we're going to make sure we have the object library selected. There's two other buttons here. One is for adding different classes. So we can add like a Cocoa Touch class. We can add a Swift file. We can also have code snippets. This is really cool if you want to set up, your own macros. You want to add, you're not sure how to do while statements in Swift. You can drag in a code snippet, but we're going to be using the object library right now. And we're not going to be using the media library right now. You can add additional media items, sounds and stuff. So with our object library selected, we can add in different UI elements. So I can add a switch into my project. We can add a label. Labels are really useful for displaying text in our project. Maybe a button. This will be interactable. And you can stretch this out in our storyboard. You can drag these things around in our storyboard. It's a really cool graphical interface to use in order to set up your project here. Now, if you select your switch here, we see in our identity inspector that the class changes to UI switch. If we select our label, it changes to label. Our button switches to UI button. So this is changing. This right-hand panel is changing based upon what we have selected here. So if for some reason you can't find the right stuff in the right-hand corner over here, I recommend you take a look at your view controller scene and make sure that you have the proper UI element selected. A lot of errors that new students will have is they'll try to do something with the wrong item selected in their view controller. They'll accidentally have their view selected and they'll say, okay, why isn't this working? Why didn't this connection work? Or whatever the case is. So if we click on one of our UI elements again, let's just kind of click through these top options here. We have a file inspector, and this kind of sets up some defaults for our UI element. It says that we're going to use auto layout for it, localizations, target membership. It's important that we have target membership selected to postcard because then we're going to actually be able to access this inside of our postcard application. So definitely leave that checked. We also have a quick help here. It tells us what a switch does. You can use the UI switch class to create and manage the on-off buttons used. It gives us a suggestion of like maybe a settings page would have a switch in it. So if you're not sure what these things do, you can always click on this and go to the quick help. We also have our identity inspector that we saw before. And one of the most common ones that we're going to be adjusting here is the attributes inspector. And with the attributes inspector, we're going to be able to change things like the size of the font for our button. So we could change this to italic. We could change the size of the font here, make that a little bit larger. We could change the text color. Maybe we go to other and select something like purple. You don't need to do this. We're going to delete these UI elements, but I'm just trying to show you what this panel can do. The next thing is the size inspector. And this tells us where the button is located inside of the view's coordinate system. So 0, 0 is in the top left-hand corner. And as we go down, right, Y will increase. And as we go right, X will increase. So we can move this. We could set this to be like 0, 0, and we move it to the top left-hand corner. And then we see as we drag this thing down, our button down here, we're going to see that Y is now going to be 230. And if we drag this a little bit right, it'll be like 84. So this is telling us where it's located. We can also change the width and the height in this size inspector as well. The final one we're going to get to in the future when we actually start connecting up our UI elements here to our view controller. But this is what's known as the connections inspector, and it's going to show us what elements are connected up to the view controller, so we're going to be able to manage these UI elements in code. So that's really important, and it's really common to do. The final thing we're going to be taking a look at in this lecture is going to be this bottom area here. And one of the most common things new students do is they click the hide document outline accidentally, and then they don't know where that scene outline went. So just click this button here. I recommend you click it a few times just to really imprint it in your mind that this is can be opened and closed, and that the button is located down here to do that. Another really common mistake for new students is they're going to change this to be compact any, and then maybe they'll go ahead and clone down a project, and they don't know where all their stuff is coming from, even though they're running their project and everything looks blank. But when they run their project, they actually can see all their UI elements. So sometimes if you set this to any, and then you select this to a different size here, now compact width, compact height, it kind of tells us what the final values are down here for 3.5 inch, 4 inch, and 4.7 iPhones in landscape, 5.5 iPhones in landscape, and then for iPads in portrait or landscape. You can kind of see which sizes it's recommending here. We're going to be using compact width and any height quite often, so you can select that. But if for some reason it gets reset to any, always take a look down here, and maybe you want to reset this to compact width and any height. So that's just a debugging tip for you. The final area that we have here is on the right hand side. We have all these different pin, align, and resolve auto layout issues. This is basically our panel or our buttons here. We can use to set up auto layout, which is going to be a constraint system to automatically stretch and move our UI elements so that we don't have to resize everything and move everything around for all of the different layouts available to us. So auto layouts can be super handy to deploy to many devices simultaneously. And it's really cool. We're going to get into this later. It's a little bit more of an advanced topic. As we get started, we're just trying to get something to show up in our simulator and start figuring out how we can start writing some Swift code. But that is coming in the future, and that's what these buttons do. The final thing we want to do here is we want to set up our storyboard, so we're going to be ready to start building on this in the next video. So let's go ahead and just remove all of the UI elements. If you've been following along here, we'll just delete them out. And make sure that you set this to compact width /any for your view here, or for your storyboard here. Once again, if you download this or if this gets reset to any, your stuff is going to disappear. So set it back to compact width, any height. And in our next video, we'll start setting up this storyboard. So we're going to start being able to display things when we run our application. It's finally time to get started building in our storyboard. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to download the image assets from the bitfound.io website. You should see the assets inside of the lecture notes. And once you download those, I've already gone ahead and I've dropped them onto my desktop. So you should see a post stamp, and you should also see the Sagrada Familia Church in Barcelona. Really awesome. We're going to be displaying this inside of our application here. Now, this is going to be a little bit tricky, so stick with me. I'm going to go ahead and just close my left-hand panel so I have a little bit of room here, and just make sure that this is compact with any height because we're going to be deploying to the iPhone for these lectures. So let's go ahead and search for the view controller inside of your object library here, and we're going to drag this in. And we're going to do something a little tricky here, so just make sure you absolutely follow along with this or your application is not going to work properly. You're going to grab this little white arrow and you're going to move this over to the view controller just added. Notice how I added this brand new view controller on the left. And the way I can check that this is the arrows on the proper view controller, I'm going to select my view controller here, and it should turn blue around it, which means I have it selected, and I'm going to go to the identity inspector, and notice that for the class here, it doesn't say view controller. If I select my second view controller, right? The one without the arrow, it's going to say view controller here, which means it's being managed by the viewcontroller.swift file. So we're going to start off with an unmanaged view controller, right? We're not going to be able to connect any UI elements up here. There is no class. There's no bit of code that we can manage this view controller scene with. We're only going to be adding UI elements in the storyboard. So we're going to first add an image view onto this. So we're going to look for UI image view. And you should be able to search for this in your object library to find it. You can also just scroll down and find these items if you don't want to type it in and do the search. I like to do the search because it's a little bit quicker to get access to the elements I need. And we're just going to drag a UI image view. And notice how I just drag that in. Don't drag two, drag one. And this should now appear in your view controller scene. You should now see image view. Notice that it's below the view. It's indented because it's sitting on top of the view. And image views are these really cool UI elements we can use to display images on our screen. We can display PNGs, JPEGs, so on and so forth. So if we go and just kind of shrink our Xcode here and grab the Sagrada Familia.jpeg file, we can actually drag this into our project by opening up our folder navigator and dragging this into our supporting files. Now in the future, we're going to be able to use the image.exe assets to copy our image assets, but I wanted to show you how we can drag it in really quickly, get this set up, and talk about the options we want to select here. So we want to copy items if needed. And you might say, okay, well, why do I need to copy this item? Well, if you don't select this option, it's going to reference the element on your desktop, which sounds super efficient, right? Like, why create two copies of this image on your computer hard drive? But if you were to ever move or delete this image from your desktop, the reference would break in your Xcode project, and you wouldn't be able to get this image anymore. So better to copy it into the Xcode project and not have this error in the future. We're going to select the option to create groups. We're not going to be needing to create any groups here, but it's always good to have this option selected. And it's really important that we add to targets and we make sure we have the postcard selected here. If we don't select this option, we won't be able to access this image. So super important that you select this option. So let's press finish. And you should now see this appear in the supporting files. And let's go ahead and re-enlarge Xcode here. And now when I select my image view, I'm going to go to the attributes inspector, and I'm going to be able to use the drop down on the image here to select my image. And now we're going to be able to see a nice image appear inside of my project here. Now, if for some reason the image doesn't appear when you drop down, first confirm that it's here, that it's appearing in your supporting files. And then you can do what's called a clean. If for some reason it's not recognizing your image, you can hold down the command key, press Shift and K simultaneously, and it's going to say stop postcard. I currently have the app running, and it's going to say clean succeeded, and that should refine, the image if it's currently in your project. So we now have an image in our project, and we're able to display that if we go ahead and run our application, choose the iPhone 5S, the 5, or the 4S. I recommend the 5S here. When you run this, you should now see this appear inside of your application. Now we notice that the sizing is a little bit off, right? It's aligning to the right a little bit. We could also try running this on the iPhone 6, and the sizing would probably look even nicer here. And we see that sizing is even better. If we want this to size really nicely for the 5S, we could shift this to make this width 320. And if we go ahead and rerun our application, let's switch this over to the 5S. We're going to also be able to see that this is going to fill this a lot better. So we see that this is centered. So with this compact width, we can also just resize this the whole way and run this on the iPhone 6. So you're going to kind of be able to choose here. It's just the amount of width that the screen has. So we're going to have to adjust that appropriately. Again, in the future, we're going to work on figuring out how we can use auto layout to add views that will work for multiple screen sizes. Now we want to figure out how to transition from our first view controller, which has our UI image view, to our second view controller. In order to do that, we're going to use what's called a UI navigation controller. So once again, I'm going to close out the folder navigator, or the project navigator, so that we have a little bit more space to work with in our storyboard. And I'm going to make sure I have my first view controller selected. You notice that when I select that in my scene outline, it highlights the entire view controller scene in blue here. And with that selected, I'm going to be able to go to Editor. I'm going to select Embed In, and I'm going to choose Navigation Controller. And we're going to see immediately that it moves this white arrow here that we had moved previously to the navigation controller. So it's going to start with the navigation controller, and it's going to show this connection here, and it's going to show my view controller here. Now, we notice that now my view controller has a nav bar. You've probably seen this before in applications if you use them. And this nav bar is going to allow me to add a title if I wanted it. We're not going to add a title right now, but what we will be adding is a button to our nav bar that will allow us to transition to our second view controller here. Now, the navigation controller is really cool because it adds the ability to add this nav bar. It automatically generates this, and when we push to this new view controller, it'll automatically give us a back button for free. We're not going to have to code anything there. It's automatically going to allow us to transition back to the previous view controller. So let's see how this works. We're going to go ahead and search for our bar button item inside of our object library here. And we're going to go ahead and just drag this in, and we're going to make sure we drag this right up to our nav bar right here. So with this item in here, let's go ahead and change the name of this item. And we can do that by double clicking, or we can go to our attributes inspector and we can change the title. And let's just do this from the attributes inspector. We're going to choose view message. We're going to type in view message as the title here. And that will be for our navigation item. So with this now set to a new title, we're going to use this button to transition to our new view controller. When we press this button, we're going to transition. So we're going to make sure we have the button selected inside of our view controller scene here. And we're going to hold down the control key, and we're going to drag over to the view controller over here, the second view controller we have. So we could also drag down to the view controller like this, but I prefer to do it this way. I think it looks pretty cool, and it shows the transition we're about to make. So we're going to choose the action segue, and we're going to choose show. There's some other different types we can choose here, but the show is going to give us the nav bar. And we're going to see that it automatically generates this new nav bar for us. Now, we don't see the back button, but when we run our application, I'm going to run in the 6. I know I said we're going to be running in the 5S in a previous video, but we can see that the compact width is automatically resizing to this. So it's going to size nicely for us. Why not just use this? We're going to press the view message, and then we're going to see we now have our blank view controller showing. And this back button, even though we can't see it here in our simulator, is automatically being generated for us. When we press back, we go back to our main screen here. Now, if you see this white space at the bottom, you could either go ahead and manually resize this image view. You could drag it down, and this would assist you. We kind of see that we're off of the storyboard here. So, I mean, really, we should go back to any, and we see that our image view disappears here, right? Because we added our image view in the compact. Or we could switch this over to the 5S, and then we could update our width here. We could set this to like 320 for our image view. And if we reran this, this would fill up the bottom of our screen here. Now I just quickly did that. You don't have to follow along here. At the end of the day, the important thing here is we're able to add our navigation controller. We'll worry about resizing and filling up the entire screen in the future. But you can definitely play with the image sizes in the size inspector if you're interested in filling this up for the 6, and that's what you're interested in deploying to. Maybe you got a 6 in the mail. So, you could adjust the height here, and you can make the height of the image view larger if it's not filling up. Let's try running this again. So this is 600 now. We've moved the image view down below our nav bar so it's not being eclipsed. And we see that now it's pretty close. We could give it a few more points, maybe make it 610 and have it fill up the whole space. So this isn't really the proper way to be adjusting image views. We're going to do this with auto layout in the future so it automatically fills. But right now it's a quick way we can demo adding navigation controllers, playing with the navigation stack in our storyboard here. And that's the important thing to take away from this lecture. So we're going to make a few additional changes to our storyboard here. And the first change we're going to make is we're going to add a title to our nav bar up here. I said we could do that in our last video, but we didn't actually make that change. So how can we do that? Well, let's select our navigation item in our scene outline here for our view controller. And we can just type in a title in here. We can say Barcelona. The Sagrada La Familia is located in Barcelona, so it makes sense that we put that here. And if you wanted to, let's say we're deploying to the 5S, you might run out of nav bar space. So you could adjust this title if you want. You could just make this like message, and that might shorten it up. Make this button a little bit smaller and give ourselves a little bit more space for our title here. In the 6, it's a wider screen, so we have a little bit more space to work with in our nav bar here. And then what we want to do is we want to practice making an additional image view. And this time we're going to do it in our second view controller. So we're going to add an image view here. And let's just drag this in. Now we don't want this to be the size of our screen here. We want this to be much smaller. So let's go to our size inspector. We notice that we have our image view selected in our view controller scene. And let's set this to 80 by 80. And we don't want this to be hidden by our nav bar, so we can just kind of drag this down, and we'll set this right below our nav bar, and we'll have a little bit of a border here on the right. And we'll be deploying this to the iPhone 6 here, so this is a pretty good width that we can use from our compact view inside of our view storyboard here. So the next thing we want to do is we want to update our image view's image property. And in order to do that, we're going to add an additional image. So this time we're going to use Albert Einstein. And I'm going to just go ahead and open up my project navigator here again. And I'm going to select Albert Einstein. I had saved him to my desktop. And we're going to go ahead and just drag him into supporting files. And once again, we're going to choose the options that we chose before. We're going to copy items if needed. We're going to create groups. And we're going to definitely make sure we have add to targets selected here. So we're going to press finish, and we should now see alberteinstein.jpg added to our supporting files. We can even click on it and it'll show up here. So it's just a stamp. And when we go back to our storyboard here, let's just enlarge Xcode. Let's close out our left pane there. We can go back to the attributes inspector, once again with our image view selected, and let's just make sure our scene is fully open here. Click on these arrows. Let's now select the image for the Albert Einstein stamp, and we now see that this appears. Now, if you want to, feel free to play with the size. I highly encourage you to play in the different size inspectors and the attributes inspectors. You could make this like 100 by 100 if you wanted a bigger stamp, maybe. Definitely okay to resize this stuff, and kind of doing it yourself and playing with it will make this interface a little bit easier to navigate. So the final thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run our application. It might seem like we're going to be testing this quite a lot in the beginning of the course. Why are we running this simulator so much? I can see this change in the storyboard. But when you're starting out, you want to just constantly be testing. You want to make sure each little change is reflected properly. We see that right now when I'm running in the iPhone 5.6, right, it's a little bit too far to the right? And that's because this compact view isn't a perfect example of the simulator we're going to be using. We'll figure out exactly how we can get things to mirror and make sure that things are properly in the storyboard. But for right now, we can see immediately just by an eye test here that right now our stamp is way too far to the right, so it's getting cut off. If we move it a little bit farther to the left here, let's test this now. And let's go to the message, and we now see that our stamp is properly in there. Maybe that's a little too far to the left, so we can maybe move it 10 points more to the right. So let's put this at 250, and that should work perfectly. I know that it's not a perfect explanation, like why this isn't perfectly the same thing as our iPhone 6. And the real reason is that this has to give us enough space to work with the iPhone 6 Plus, the iPhone 6, the iPhone 5S, and the iPhone 4. So we need a bunch of different spaces to accommodate all these different widths. And once again, we'll figure out how to do all of that in the future, how to make this work in all of these different applications. So for now, you're just going to have to play with it and kind of manually drag things around, manually resize things like we did with our image view before, until we figure out, okay, this is how we size for all of our different devices. Now we want to add 2 additional UI elements to our storyboard here. We're going to add this to our second view controller. So once again, we're going to go down to our object library, and this time we're going to type in text field. We're going to be adding 2 text fields, so let's add 1. And let's try to align this with our stamp here so everything lines up nicely. And let's drag another one in here. And let's go ahead and go to the attributes inspector for our first text field. And we could add text or we could add placeholder text. Now text, won't go away when we tap into our text field. We'll see that the original text will stay there, and then we'll be able to append some text to that. Whereas with placeholder text, when we tap into our text field, it'll remove the placeholder text message, and then we'll be able to replace it with the text we want. And that's what the functionality we want inside this application. So we're going to enter some placeholder text here. We're going to say enter name, and then we'll go to our second text field here, and we're going to say enter message. And we can drag this down a little bit. And let's actually go ahead and change the border style for both of these. So I'm going to select the square border style. I think that looks pretty cool for this application here. And this time, let's go ahead and run our application. Let's choose the iPhone 6 Plus this time. I think this should size really nicely with the big screen we have here. And I'm just trying to run this in different simulators just so you can see the different sizes here. We see that in this case, right, we get a ton of extra space here. So we've kind of sized this for the iPhone 6. We also see that our window's really large here, so we can do window scale, and we can make this 75, so this fits a little bit better on our screen. We could even make it 50, I'm sure. So let's try running this in the 6 and see if it sizes nicely for the 6. So as you're playing with this, maybe you want to try sizing yours for a different size. Maybe you have the iPhone 6 Plus and you want to try sizing it for that. So again, just feel free to, move things around in here, kind of resize things. Definitely recommend you just kind of play with it, and I think it'll work out pretty well for you. So this is sizing really nicely based upon everything we've done for the 6 here. And we see that we now have enter name and enter message. Now we do have a bug here, and that's when we click into our text field here, the keyboard is not appearing. And this is just a bug that I've seen over and over again in the new simulator. It's really a shame that Apple hasn't fixed this yet. But we have one way we can get around this. We can go to hardware, we're going to go to keyboards, and we're going to uncheck connect hardware keyboard. And we're going to now see that our keyboard is going to appear. Now, one of the downsides to doing this is we can no longer use our keyboard on our computer to type in. We actually have to click in here, and that's how we're going to be able to add items to our text field. So, if we go in here again, we click in, we'll see that our keyboard now appears properly. So that's the change I've made so that the keyboard is way more consistent for me. You can also, uncheck that option and leave it there so you can interact with your keyboard on your computer. And then each time you're just going to have to do reset content and settings to get your keyboard to show up. But I think it's kind of a pain. So I've made this change. I recommend you make it too. Hopefully in the future when we get a new rev of Xcode, they'll have fixed this keyboard issue. It's time for more changes to our storyboard. We're just getting you really comfortable adding UI elements, interacting, moving things around, taking a look at the attributes inspector. You're going to be a pro at this by the end of the course. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to add a button. Buttons are a little bit new. We've added a bar button item, and when we tapped on that, we were able to transition to a new view controller. In one of our future lectures, we're going to actually be able to tap on our button, have some custom functionality run, have a bit of code run. So we got that right around the corner, something to look forward to. So let's just drag in our button here, and let's enlarge it. I'm going to make this the same size as my text fields here. And we're going to change the text here. So once again, have my attributes inspector selected. I'm going to make sure I have my button selected in the view controller scene here. And we can change the message to send mail. I also think it'd be really nice to have a background color for this. So let's scroll down here. And we see that there's a background, and we can change this. Let's choose other. And I think orange would contrast really nicely with the blue we have here. Let's choose a nice orange here, or tangerine maybe. And let's go ahead and press X. And also, I really want it to be obvious that, sending mail is a really cool thing here. So let's scroll back up here, and let's change the font. Let's press a little T here. And instead of choosing system, let's choose system bold. So it's really obvious. Let's send that mail off to, whoever's getting our awesome postcard, whoever's lucky enough to be getting it. So the other thing we want to add here is we're going to add a label. And the functionality we're going to be building out, let's just drag this label in here, is when I press the send mail button, we're going to display whatever name the user enters into the text field on the label. Right? So we're going to kind of address this to this user. So let's just go ahead and enlarge this. Now, I don't want my label to just appear to the user when they first see it, right? It's going to be really ugly if the user opens up the application, I'll show you, we'll run our application here. Just do the 6. Again, if you're sizing for like the 5S or the 6 Plus, go ahead and just make sure you have that simulator selected here. And we can select message, and we're going to see label appear in here. And our label, that's really ugly, right? We only want the label to appear when we press the send mail button, and we're going to display the user's name, right? Whatever they enter in this text field here. So how do we hide this until we're ready to show this? Well, if we have our label selected in the attributes inspector, we can locate a property called hidden. And I say property, all of these different elements are just attributes or properties of our label, right? And we can adjust these things, the background color, the tint color, we can make it opaque. So right now we're going to check this box to make it hidden. And now when I run my simulator and I go over to my message here, we're going to not see this label when it first loads up. So we're going to have to figure out how to dynamically unhide that label when we press the send mail button. Right now when we press the button, nothing happens. So we now need a way to access all of these view objects in code. And specifically, we need to be able to access these in the view controller. Remember that our first view controller here is not being managed by a viewcontroller.swift file. Only our second one is. So we can't hook up any of these elements, right? And if you are trying to hook up elements from here and it's working from here, you manage to flip these, right? You set the class here. If we take a look at the identity inspector for our first view controller here, you've set the class here to view controller instead of the second one, which should be view controller. So you want to make sure the second one here is set to view controller. And let's go ahead and open up our project navigator here. And we're going to hold down the Alt key and we're going to press on view controller. Alt key, click on view controller. That's going to bring up our assistant editor here. I can close out of these additional panels. We don't need them right now. And that way we'll be able to see the viewcontroller.swift file and our storyboard side by side. Now, the goal here is going to be to hook up our UI elements to our view controller, and this will basically give our view controller access or a way to reference all of the view objects we've added here. So we have to hook them up one at a time. And the first one we're going to hook up is our label here. We're going to make sure that we have our label selected in our view controller scene. Sometimes it's a little hard to select here because we set it to hidden. So it's really easy to see it in our view controller scene here. We're going to make sure we have our label selected. Now it's really important to make sure you have the right UI element selected. If you have the wrong one selected, let's say you have your text field selected or you have your view selected, this is a really common error. This isn't going to work properly. So make sure you have the right UI element selected, and we're going to make sure this is our label. And this can be a little tricky the first time you do it, but we're going to be doing this literally hundreds of times. So we're going to get a lot of practice with this. We're going to hold down the control key here, right, with our label. We see it's blue. And we're going to drag over to our view controller here, right under the class view controller. And we're going to release. It's going to say insert outlet or outlet connection. So if you're up here, you don't have that. If you're in the middle of this function here, if you did load, it's not going to work. It's not going to work down here. It will work here, but we want to put it right here for organization purposes. So you're going to release, and we're going to see this little menu pop up. And it's going to say connection outlet. You also have the option to select outlet connection. This is if you want to hook up multiple UI elements simultaneously. We're not going to really be using this. We're going to use the outlet. We next need to give this a name, and this is the name we're going to be using to reference this label we added to our storyboard in code. So we're basically just going to give this an identifier, and this identifier is going to be message label. And we're going to leave the type as UI label, and that's the type of UI element. That's the name of this UI element. And the storage type is going to be weak. Now we see we have a drop down. We could make this strong. The default is going to be weak. This has to do with the pointer type. It's going to contain a weak reference. Our view controller is going to have a weak reference to this element. The reason for that is it's held by the storyboard. We don't need to create another strong pointer to keep it in memory. Little advanced. For now, we just need to know that we need to leave this as weak, and this is going to be the default anyway. So, unless you explicitly go change it, it'd be a little difficult to mess this up. So, we're going to make sure that our name is message label here. We're going to click connect, and we should now see at IB outlet, weak var message label : UI label ! And this is basically the way that we can create a reference to a UI element. And actually, if we hover over what's called our circle in the gutter here, this is called the gutter, we see that it'll actually highlight our label, right? So if this is empty for some reason, and it's not highlighting this UI element, you've got a problem, right? So right now we see that this is filled up and we've properly hooked up this UI element. The next thing we want to do is we want to hook up our text field. So let's grab our text field here and we're going to control drag in. We're going to do this right below. Now we don't want to do this on top, right? We want to make sure we keep these things ordered. So we're going to do this right below. And we're going to select outlet. And the name is going to be enter name text field. And the type is going to be UI text field. This is a UI text field. The last type was UI label. And the storage type is going to be weak once again. And this is once again going to be an outlet. And we can connect this up. And we'll talk about what code is being generated when we finish hooking up our UI elements here. So we have one more we want to hook up, and that's going to be our enter message text field. Now we're not going to be using this for quite a while. We're going to have this actually in a challenge. But once again, I'm going to make sure I have my view UI element selected here, and I'm going to control drag in, right? So UI element selected, confirm that my view controller seen, hold down the control key and drag in. So we're going to call this one enter, and we're going to say message text field. So let's talk about what was generated here. Well, we have this @IB_outlet keyword here, and this basically says that there's some UI element in our storyboard that we're referencing here. It's just a helper for the compiler. And the second thing we have here is the weak keyword, and this is just basically defining what type of pointer this is. This is going to be a weak pointer. And we don't really need to worry about that. We're going to be using weak pointers for all of our IB outlets in the future. Strong storage has its uses, but not for our IB outlets. And then we're going to use this var keyword. And this is basically just saying that this is going to be a variable. And we haven't talked about variables yet. We'll absolutely get into that. This is just part of what's being generated here. And then our name, the way we're going to reference this in code, is going to be able to say message label. So when we start typing in our function later, message label, we're going to be referring to our label here. And when we type in enter name text field, we're going to be referring to our text field. And when we type in enter message text field, we're going to be referring to our last text field here. And then we have this : UI label ! Well, hopefully this doesn't seem too scary. I know it's brand new. You've never really seen code before potentially. But all this is saying is that we're specifying that this type is going to be a UI label, right? And that makes sense. This is a label. And we're saying that the next two are going to be text fields. And we just have to separate these by colons. It's just part of the syntax. It's just like learning grammar for any language. You'll get used to it. We're going to do this quite a bit. And we're going to go over explicitly what this is doing, right? This is explicitly defining the type here. So the final thing we're doing is we're adding an exclamation point. And this has to do with optionals. We're basically saying we're going to unwrap this optional now. Because it's from the storyboard, we know that it exists, assuming it's connected properly. So again, if that seems confusing, we're going to have a whole lesson on optionals. And basically, this is automatically being generated when we're creating our connections. So what you really need to take away from this lesson is, how do I connect things up? Well, I make sure I have the right element selected. I'm going to make sure I don't have my view selected. I'm going to make sure I have, my UI element, be it my text field or my label, and I'm going to control drag in, holding down the control key while I drag. And I'm also going to make sure that I don't do something like this in the future, where I grab one of these connections and I hook this up to my enter name text field, because if I did that, then this connection would be connected to two things, right? And we don't want that. We want to make sure that we're connecting each element to one of these IB outlets. So if we hover over it, we only see one of these things highlighted. So that's a good way to check to make sure this is working. And we see that these are all filled in, which means our connections are working as well. Now, we have one additional type of connection we're going to be making here. And that's, we're going to do this with our button here. And we're going to generate a function. And functions are basically a bit of code that runs, and specifically the code that will run when we press this button here. If that sounds a little confusing, we're going to, again, have a whole lesson on functions. I know I keep saying these things, but I just don't want anyone to panic or, worry about what's coming in the future. Right now, we just need to follow along, make sure we understand the key concepts, and then we're going to have plenty of chances to explain what's going on in the future. So when we have our send mail button selected in our storyboard here in our view controller scene, we're going to once again control drag. Now this time we're going to drag in below did receive memory warning. And right now we see that the information that pops up is a little bit different than when we had our other UI elements. We have insert outlet, action, or outlet connection. Before we only had insert outlet or outlet connection. So we have this additional action, and that's exactly what we want to make here. So we're going to release, and we're going to change the connection type to an action. Yes, we can make our button an IB outlet, and that would be if we wanted to change the look or the text of our button. But right now, we only care about when we press the button, we want something to occur. So that's an action, and we're going to name this action send mail button pressed. And this kind of goes back to our naming convention here. We've seen this used a few times, so I'm just going to explain this now. In Swift, it's really common to use camel case, which basically means we capitalize the letter after the first word when we have additional words here. So M is capitalized, button is capitalized, and pressed is capitalized here. And the reason we don't capitalize the first letter is we reserve capital first letters for class names. So view controller here is capitalized, UI label is capitalized, and we haven't talked about classes yet, but I'm just telling you, so when you hear about classes later on, maybe it'll trigger in your mind that, class names are capital. For now, we're going to be using lowercase until I instruct you to explicitly use a capital letter. So this also with camel case, in some programming languages, you see underscore used a lot, and it's technically valid to use underscore, but Apple really uses camel case. iOS development, it's really common to see camel case used, so I'm going to show you this course using camel case. That's what we're going to be using. Now, the type here, we're going to actually use the drop down. We're going to select a UI button. If you left this as any object, it wouldn't make any difference. We're not going to be using this type, but it's nice to explicitly define this as UI button. And then we're going to leave the defaults here for the event is going to be touch up inside. This is just the event that we're looking for. So the way the user presses this button, we could change this. So, touch drag outside, they have to touch and drag to the outside or touch drag inside. We're just going to use touch up inside. We're going to touch up inside the button. And then we're also going to choose for the arguments is going to be the sender here. So there's some other options, done and sender an event. And once again, if you chose either one of these other options, it wouldn't make any difference for the code we're going to be writing. But, this is going to be pretty standard, the options we're choosing here. So I'm going over them so that when you see these in the future, it'll seem way more familiar. So we're going to connect this up, and we're going to see that this is going to generate some different code here. We're going to have this at IB action instead of the at IB outlet keyword, which basically means that this is going to be an action. Or when I press the button, some functionality should run. And what functionality should run? Well, anything in between these two curly braces, any code we write, will run when we press this button. So notice that this function is defined below the did receive memory warning. We're not defining it inside. And that we have these two curly braces that are automatically generated. Now, we named this function, and we're using this func keyword to define that it's a function. Send mail button pressed, and it has one parameter, and the parameter's name is sender, and it's going to pass in the UI button. What does that mean? Well, when we actually press the button, this function is going to run, which means anything inside of here will run, and we'll have access to a parameter or a variable named sender, which will be the button. Basically, what happens is when we press this button, it passes itself into the function in case we want to do something with it. So when we press the button, we could say, okay, I want to change the button's background color to be red. So we could do sender dot background color is equal to UI color dot red color. Now, once again, we didn't actually write this out. We're not going to be doing that. I'm just trying to explain in case you're really curious what this boilerplate code is doing, what you really need to know is that for our button, we need to create an IB action and we need to use the defaults that we set up. So that's it for this video. The real point of this was to get comfortable creating connections, understanding that when we select a UI element, we hold down the control key, drag in, and we're going to either choose an outlet connection or an IB action connection. And we were only able to generate an IB action for our button. So in this video, we're going to talk about debugging connection errors in case you make a mistake when you're connecting things up. It's really common. And even with these debugging videos, I still think there's a chance that you might make a mistake. So definitely come back and refer to this if you get one of the errors I'm going to show you in this video. So we're going to go here and we're going to pretend that we had selected our view accidentally and we thought this was our label. It's pretty common. And we're going to go ahead and just drag this down here. And we're going to make sure that, we select outlet. And let's just say we thought this was going to be our message label. Now let's give this a slightly different label name just so we don't confuse this. So we'll call this like message label rev for revised here. And we can connect this up. Now let's say, hypothetically, we suddenly realize our mistake. Oh my goodness, I hooked up the UI view. Actually, I meant to hook up a different thing. Or let's say you realize your mistake here, right? You meant to call this message label. You had actually hooked up your message label and you wanted to correct it. Well, let's say you hypothetically just decide, okay, let me fix this by just deleting this IB outlet. Now try running your application here and our application is going to crash, right? We're going to go here, we're going to press a message and boom, we get a crash. And the important part I want to show you down here is at the bottom here, we can actually enlarge our console area pressing this button, right? This will make it larger so you can see our error a little bit easier here. And you get this huge stack trace, but the important information, especially if you're posting to the discussion forums about some sort of error you're getting, be it a connection error or any other error you're getting where you're seeing this thing, always scroll to the top. And this is the important information. If you're going to screenshot your information, this is what I need to see to help you. So in this case, we're going to see postcard.viewController, and it's going to give us the memory location, set value for undefined key. This class is not key value coding compliant for the key message label rev. So this might sound like absolute gibberish, but what we can see here is the message label rev. And you're going to see this and hopefully think back to, oh wow, I just created an IB outlet with this name. It must have something to do with that, right? You kind of want to just start thinking about what the problem might be. And then you might say, okay, well, I know I deleted the IB outlet, but when we create these connections, so let's just go open up our storyboard again. When we create these connections, what's actually happening here is we're generating a property, right? This at IB outlet. This entire thing is our property here, our property definition. We're generating this property that we can see really easily, but the other thing that's being generated is a connection in our storyboard here. So if we were to click on our storyboard, I'm going to go back to single view here, and I'm going to open up my right panel, and we select the far right hand item here for our connections inspector. We're going to see now this message label rev. And when we just saw our error message, we saw that it was not key coding compliant for the key message label rev. So this would be the connection we'd be looking for. But if we didn't know that the connection or error was in view, we could kind of click through all of our view elements here and start looking for message label rev here. So we can click here, 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 and then we finally get to view and this appears. So what we would want to do would be to go back to our assistant editor. Let's open this up. And we want to click through and look for all our IB outlets. That's why we keep all our IB outlets at the top here. So it's really easy to find these all. And we would see that there is no message label rev. Well, we can remove that from our storyboard by just pressing this X here. And that will remove the referencing outlet. And if we go back to single view here, we can go ahead and rerun our application. And we're going to see that this error has gone away. So that's how we remove them. We could also rehook up elements. So let's go back to our view controller. So I'm going to hold down the Alt key and press on this again. I know it's a lot of moving views in Windows here, but I'm going to guess that you're going to want to do the same thing. So kind of seeing that is probably pretty good. You want to get comfortable moving around in between all of these different panes. Right now, this is hooked up to our message label, right? So let's go and select our message label here. And actually, let's do the enter name text field. It'll be a little bit easier to do since we can see it here in the storyboard. And we see this referencing outlet. So if we press the X, we're going to see that the circle is now empty for our enter name text field. Right? This is now empty. This means it's no longer connected up. When we hover over this, it shows it. But when we hover over this, it no longer highlights this. So if we have an empty connection here, we can just click on our connection and we can drag back into the storyboard and we can make sure that we hook this up to the right UI element. Now, I mentioned in our last video, what happens if we hook this up to multiple elements? Well, if we click on our enter message text field, we now see that it's hooked up to both of these IB outlets here, and we only want it hooked up to one. We only want it hooked up to the enter message text field IB outlet. So we can once again remove the additional one. And by hooking this up to the second one, right, it's removed it from the enter name text field, so we can just connect this back up to the proper one. So we're going to now see that all three of these are hooked up to the proper UI element. We added this debugging video because once again, having these connection errors is so common. So now we want to go ahead and figure out how to unhide our label. We're going to be doing this all in code. So let's go back to our project navigator here, and we're going to switch over to the viewcontroller.swift file. Now, we're going to be writing this code inside of the sendMail button pressed function. Remember that when we press the button, anything inside of these curly braces will evaluate. So we're going to actually get a chance to write our first bit of code here, which is going to be really awesome. So what we're going to be using here are some attributes of our labels. So when we updated our label before, we were able to set it to hidden, and that's an attribute. When we updated our text field, we were able to update the placeholder text. And if you're curious about attributes, right, one of the easiest way you can do this is to just select different UI elements and go to the attributes inspector. And these names are going to be pretty consistent with the names you're going to be using to upgrade things. They might be slightly different, but these are all elements. Everything you see in the attributes inspector can be done in code as well. So things like our alignment, we can update our placeholder text, our background image, all of these different, the alpha, the background color, all of these different elements can be updated in code. And that's what we're going to be doing here. Let's go back to the viewcontroller.swift file here. And we're going to be updating an attribute of our message label. Now, the way we update attributes or properties, we can also call attributes properties. They're pretty much synonymous. We're going to be using what's called dot notation. And this basically allows us to access a property. We can either get a value or the current state or value of an object, or we can set it, which means to basically update or change a view object. So let's figure out how we first access our message label. We can simply type in message label, and we're going to see that this auto-completes, which is a really good hint that we're moving in the right direction. All right. So we can actually just hit the return key and this will autocomplete for us. Now we're going to get an error here where this little red thing is an error. And it says expression revolves to an unused value, right? So we're basically doing nothing with this right now. You can't just write in message label wherever we feel like it. And we can't write message label right up here, right? This is not valid. We wouldn't want to just write message label here. We want to write this in between our curly braces, right? We want to write it so that when we press our button, everything inside of the curly braces evaluates. So what we want to do is we want to update the hidden attribute of our message label. And right now, a hidden label is a Boolean. Now, Booleans bring up the idea of state, which means it can be kind of, think of an on and off switch. It's either on or off. So it's either hidden or it's not hidden, right? It's in one state or the other state, yes or no. And for state, we actually use true or false in Swift. It's either it is hidden or it is not hidden. It's true or false. So we can access this hidden property using that dot notation I just mentioned, which is dot hidden. And we can set this equal to false. And this is basically going to say, okay, go and unhide it. So let's run our application here and see if this works. And then we'll just talk about this code for a little bit more. Let's press our button and then we see our label now appears here. So this code worked properly. It did what we expected it to do. If we set this to true instead, we would notice that our message label would not appear, right? We're saying, okay, yeah, go hide it when we press our button instead of unhide it. So we don't see a message label appear. So we want to leave this as false. And we notice that what we're doing here, when we set a value, we're always going to do this on the left side of an equal sign. So if you think about algebra, maybe that was a long time ago. I know it was a long time ago for me. You could write something like x is equal to 5, right? Or you could write 5 is equal to x. These were the same thing in algebra, right? It was the same equation. However, in computer programming, we always set the value on the left and we always get the value on the right. So here we're saying, okay, update the value or the hidden attribute of our message label. And we're always going to do that on the left side of an equal sign. And we can also refer to our equal sign as an assignment operator. We're going to assign a value to this hidden attribute. Now, we're not changing the message label at all. We're only changing the attribute of the hidden property. So that's why we use .hidden. But we don't want to change a hidden property for our text field or our enter message text field. We only want to change that for our message label. So we start off by specifying that the message label is currently hidden, but we want to update the hidden attribute of our message label. And this is our first line of code here. If you're like, oh my goodness, how would I ever figure that on my own? We're going to have so much opportunity to write code together and really figure out what properties are and attributes are, what's going on in the background. We're going to write our own bools in the future. So there's going to be plenty of chances to get this to work. This is just our first line of code in what will be many, many lines of code that we're going to learn how to write together. So congratulations, you figured out how to properly unhide your message label. Let's practice this dot notation one more time and really focus on the idea of an attribute and how to access our message label. So this time what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the text property of our message label, which is the text we're going to display so we don't display label when we load up our storyboard here. So we're going to say message label, and this time we're going to be setting the value of the text. Now we could just hard code this. We could say something like hello world. And for those of you who don't know, hello world is a pretty common thing to display when you're starting out in a new computer programming language. So when we press our button here, we could display hello world. And we see that what we're doing here is we're just creating a string. And a string is just a bunch of characters, right? And we basically are able to define what characters we want to set here by putting them inside of quotes. Now, if you're coming from Objective-C, maybe you did like at quotes. But in Swift, all we need is 2 quotes, and whatever characters are inside equals a whole string. And for our text property, we have to set it equal to a string. So with attributes for our UI elements, we always have to set it equal to the proper type. So originally we had hidden, which was a bool. So this was true or false. Now we have text, and this is a string. So we have to set it equal to a series of characters. Now, this isn't our real functionality that we want, right? We actually want to display what's ever in the enter name text field, or excuse me, enter message text field. So we want to update our enter message text field's text property and set that equal to our message label.text. Now, let's go ahead and do that. We are going to go and type in enter message text field, and we're going to do .text. I'm just using that autocomplete because it's recognizing this variable name up here. So when I started typing in enter message text field, I could just hit enter or tab, and that would just kind of fill it in for me. And then text fields also have a text property, right? So message label has a text property. This is how we're able to update the information in or on our label here. And we can access the information that we enter in our message text field and access that by saying, okay, give me the text from here, right? Because an enter message text field could have a different background color. We could access that by saying background color. It could have a different alignment. So whatever type we use here, right, we have to use the same type on the right side. Now, why couldn't we write enter message text field .text is equal to message label.text? Well, this is a valid line of code, but this is the opposite functionality that we're looking for. We're going to say update the text attribute of our message label text field with whatever's in our message label. And this would basically just update our enter message text field to show label, right? Because that's the default text we set up for our label here, instead of updating the label to reflect whatever's in the text field, right? So order really matters here. This is a little bit confusing if you think about algebra. We always do the setting on the left side and we always do the getting, right? We can think about this as we're accessing or getting the value that's currently in the text field. So whatever the user enters into the text field is going to be the string that's returned here, or the value of the attribute for our enter message text field. So let's try running this, and hopefully we'll be able to see this and see it visually. Hopefully it'll explain what's going on in our code here. Let's go over to message. And right now, our enter a message text field's text property is 2 quotes, right? We haven't entered any text in here. We only have some placeholder text, and that's not the same thing. So we can click in and we can start typing something like, hey, class. And notice I have to type this in because we did that thing with the keyboard. And when we press send mail now, we're going to see that this is going to display in our label here, right? Because we've been able to grab the information from our text field here, and we're accessing the text attribute, and we're going to update our message label here. Now, we could also update this. We could say something like, hello, world. And let's press the send mail button again, and this time we see that it updates. So each time we press this button, it's going to unhide the label. So it's already hidden. We're not really unhiding. We're just saying that, okay, the first time we do this, it's initially going to be hidden. And then after that, you're just going to keep unhiding it. So if it's already unhidden, it'll just stay unhidden. But then we're going to be able to update the label with whatever we change the text field to. So if we don't change the text field and we press this again, we're going to see it's just going to leave it as hello world. So we're going to keep practicing accessing attributes. This time we're going to update our enter message text field's text property instead of updating the message label. So once again, we're going to add this code. We're going to make sure we're doing this inside of our curly braces, because only code inside of our curly braces is going to evaluate when we press our button. And this time we're going to be updating the enter message text field's text property. So let's type that in, enter message text field.text. And what we want to do here is when we press the button, we want to remove the text, right? Whatever the user has entered, let's remove that, and we can re-show our placeholder text. So we're going to set this equal to quote, quote, which is just an empty string, right? We're saying set it equal to a string. And let's go ahead and run our application here. This string has no characters inside of it. Let's go to message here, and let's enter a message. Hi, everyone. And then let's press send mail, and we see that now it's going to go ahead and basically set this text equal to nothing, and as a result we get to see our placeholder text again. So that's a better functionality than having hi everyone stay here. And notice that we're able to do all 3 lines of these code. We can just continue to add additional functionality whenever we press our button. So right now when we press our button, 3 different things are happening. We're unhiding the label, we're updating the label's text, and now we're updating the enter message text field's text. So in this video, we want to figure out how we can make our keyboard go away when we press the send mail button right now. So when we run our application and we press add a message, hi, send mail, we see our keyboard stays here. So how can we make our keyboard go away? Well, this time we're actually going to call a function. And a function is just some bit of functionality or some sort of action or bit of code that we want to run when we call it. So in this case, we want the keyboard to go away, and this is a function of the enter message text field. The text field knows how to make the keyboard go away. So it automatically shows the keyboard when we click in, but we have to explicitly tell it, okay, go ahead and remove the keyboard. We can do that using, again, this dot notation. So we're going to say enter message text field, and we're going to do dot resign first responder, and we're going to see this auto completes here. So we're going to hit return here, and notice it has the 2 parentheses going each way at the end here. Now this is a signal that this is a function, even though we're using this dot notation so that we don't confuse it with an attribute. We're not updating an attribute here. We're not setting this equal to anything or assigning it a value. We're just saying, okay, make this thing happen. Specifically, resign first responder, make the keyboard go away, right? That's how you can kind of translate that in your mind. Now, one of the cool things we can do here, we highlighted this and it showed up in our quick help here, or we can hold down the Alt key and press on this. It'll actually tell us, what this function does. Now, right now, if you're new to computer programming, this is going to seem super technical, but it says notifies the receiver that has been asked to relinquish its status as a first responder. And first responder, for our purposes, basically means that this is the text field that's currently showing the keyboard off. So by calling this function, and we say that we're calling the function here, using this dot notation here, we're saying, okay, the enter message text field knows how to make the keyboard go away. So using this dot notation resign first responder, and we know it's a function because of these parentheses at the end, the keyboard will go away when we press the send mail button. Pressed IB action from our button. So let's go ahead and see if this works. And let's press message here. And we're going to go to enter message and let's press hi. And we see that now our keyboard goes away when we press this send mail button. Now, the other thing we're going to do in this video is we're going to be adjusting our storyboard a little bit. And it's kind of, the reason we're going to be doing this is to really just show off that we can adjust our UI elements even after we've started writing some code. I don't want you to get too attached to some sort of design, because when you're writing actual applications, you're going to be moving things in the storyboard all the time. And I want you to be comfortable doing that after you've hooked things up and you've, kind of started writing your code here. So we're going to go ahead and select everything but our label. Make sure you don't have your label selected here. You can also drag these things one at a time, right? We don't want to get these things too low. And the reason for that is that right now, we don't really have a way of shifting our view up. When we start selecting items inside of our view controller, we don't want the keyboard to hide our buttons or our text fields. So we're actually going to move our send mail button up. So we're going to move it right next to our stamp here. And let's shrink it so it doesn't eclipse it here. And let's enlarge our label a little bit here. So we're going to be able to have a larger label here. And this will just give us a little bit more space in case we want to write like a longer message to someone. And actually, let's move this down just a little bit. And this will give our label enough space to work with here. We'll be adding an additional label in the future, and we'll be putting that right here for the name. And that'll be part of a challenge we'll have in our future. We'll talk about that when we get there. But for now, we now have our label and it's larger. And we have our button and our stamp and our text field. So all we've done is kind of rearrange these items. So we can really use this drag and drop functionality. And these blue guiding lines will really help us kind of line things up nicely inside of our application. So let's just run this, make sure nothing broke. Always a good idea to check to make sure your application is still working. And let's enter a message here. We can do like hi again. Just press send mail. And we see our keyboard still going away. We've just rearranged this. Our label's now at the top. And our send mail button has been moved above our text fields. So right now we have a little bit of a bug. And that's if we go ahead and run our application here. And we go to our message here and we start entering a message. And this is going to take a little bit of time. So I'm just going to click in stuff here. We want to create a really, really long message here for our message to see that it's not going to fit properly in our label. So let's click this in. And we see that right now we get this ... when our message is too long. So we have a really cool way that we can have a multi-line label so we can display a longer message. Maybe, the user really wants to write a nice message out to whoever they're sending this to. So let's go over to our label inside of our storyboard and let's expand it. Let's give ourselves some more room to work with here. So let's drag this down. And then let's go ahead and in our attributes inspector with our label selected, we can confirm that in our scene outline. We're going to go ahead and set the lines to 0. And we can go ahead and rerun our application here. And let's go over to message here. And let's enter a message. And again, I'm just going to click in. I'm sorry for all the clicks here. I wish I could do this on my keyboard. It'd be so much quicker to get this long message in here. And let's press send mail. And we see it's automatically going to create 2 rows here. So by setting this to 0, we're basically saying, okay, the label can automatically detect how many lines it needs given the amount of space we've added in the storyboard. So we've made our label a lot larger, so it could probably fit 2, maybe even 3 lines in here based upon our current font. Now, if we wanted to be able to fit even more information in, we could set our font to be even smaller, and then it would have even more room to add additional lines. So setting this to 0 is a really cool way that we can automatically let the label detect how many lines to add. Now, if we want to specify that we only want 2 lines max, we could just set this to 2. So that's another option as well. Now we want to figure out how to update our message label's text color when we press the send mail button. Now we could do this in the storyboard, that's completely fine, but understanding how to do this in code is really cool. So we're going to go ahead and just do this right after our message label.text. Let's try to keep all our message label updates together. And I'm just going to add a return here to give us a little bit of a differentiation between updating our message label and updating our enter message text field. So what we want to do here is we want to say message label dot text color is equal to UI color dot red color. And what we're going to do here is we're going to basically set our text color property for our message label equal to an instance of UI color. Now, this might look completely new to you. Maybe you've seen classes before, maybe you haven't. I'm going to guess that you haven't seen it, so we're going to talk about what's going on here. Strings are so common in Swift and other programming languages that Apple has created a nice shorthand for us here with these 2 quotes. But for text color, right, this is not so common, so we don't have shorthand. So we actually have to go about this the more complex or the more verbose way of creating an instance of UI color. So UI color is the type that we need to set this equal to. And if we click on this, we see that it's a UI color instance, right? We see that right here. The capital U tells us it's a class. So we need to set it equal to an instance of UI color. Well, how do we do that? Well, we're going to use a class, and there's what's called a class function, which basically allows us to quickly initialize or create an instance of UI color. And we can specify that we want this to be red color. So this is just kind of a helper function. It's a quick way we can get a UI color instance that's set to red. Now, once again, if you're a little bit confused about this idea of instance or initializing or creating this instance, all we're basically doing is we're creating an encapsulated piece of information that understands how to set the RGBs and the color to be red. And we have this default red that we can set up, and we can set it equal to our text color. And this is just the quick way we can do it. And of course, we're going to get into what exactly this syntax means. We're going to figure out how we could create and write this sort of stuff ourselves. But for now, we just need to know that this is the long way we can create an instance of UI color. And that before we just had a quick way that we could create an instance of a string, right? So a string was just a series of characters that we joined together. And now we're able to join together some information or data in order to represent red color that we're going to be able to update our text color with. So let's go ahead and run our application and see if this works. And we're going to go to message, and let's just add a message. We'll say hi class. And we can send the mail, and we'll see that this now appears in red. So we're able to update yet another attribute of our message label. So we're starting to see our message label has many different attributes, and we can update these in code. So in this video, we want to figure out how to update the button's text when we press the send mail button pressed function. And in order to do so, we first need to hook up our button as an IB outlet, right? We've only added a label and 2 text fields. And with this IB action, so we have no way we can really change our button. We could use the sender argument, but we're going to practice hooking up a button as an IB outlet, so you can see that a button can both be an IB action and an IB outlet, or have these connections. So let's hold down the Alt key and press on storyboard. And let's just quickly close out of these panels. So we have a little bit of space to see our button here. And we're going to select our button. I'm just going to move this a little bit to the left. And we're going to generate an IB outlet. So we're going to make sure we have our send mail button pressed, or send mail button here selected in our view. And we're going to go ahead and control drag to our view controller. We're going to drop this right below our last IB outlet. And it's going to generate an outlet connection for us. And the name is going to be mail button. And it's going to be of type UI button. And the storage type will be weak. This is the same settings we've used for our previous properties. And we can connect this up. And now we have an additional IB outlet. And we're going to be able to go back to single view here. Let's open back up our panels. and we can start updating our button. Let's do this at the bottom of our function here. And we can actually update the title of our button. So we're going to say mail button, and we're going to do .set title, and this accepts a string, and we're going to say mail sent, and then it's for state UI control state. We're going to do .normal. Now, this looks a little bit different than the text property that we use to update our label, or the text property that we use to enter a message text field that we set up before. So what we're going to do here is we're going to see that we use this function set title. And this is a function, right? We're not setting it equal to something. We're not accessing a property here. We're actually using a function, but this function will actually update a property for us. Now, why do we have to go through this hoop in order to do this? Well, we see that we are able to pass in this first argument as a string, and this function happens to have arguments, right? Our previous function that we used was resign first responder, and it had these parentheses at the end. And this meant that it was a function. We also had red color here, which was also a function. But this time we have to add some elements inside of our parentheses. So these two functions did not have any arguments that we had to pass in, and this function does. And basically what we're going to do here is we're first going to tell it what the text should be updated to, and then we have a second parameter that we have to set here, and we're going to say UI control state .normal. And this is just the default control state. We could also set it to UI control state highlighted. We could also do selected. So we could have a different title if we're currently pressing down on the button or if it's currently selected. But we're just going to use the normal one, which will allow us to update the mail button's title every time we tap the button. So let's see if this works. We're going to go ahead and run our application here. And let's go to message, and let's just enter a message, hi. And let's press send mail, and we see that mail sent now becomes the title. So we see that sometimes we have to update these properties a little bit different depending on what we're doing. So with buttons, they have this idea of state, right? Buttons are a little more complicated. They can be in just this normal state. They could be selected. They could be highlighted. We're just going to use the default normal just to keep this a little bit simpler. And we're able to update the title using this function. And that sometimes functions can have parameters, right? We don't always have to have these empty parentheses. Sometimes we're actually going to pass in information that's going to help the function do what we need it to do. In our next series of videos, we'll be learning about Git and version control so that we can start creating our online portfolio. We believe it's important to get started with this as soon as possible so that you'll be able to take a look at our code, share your code with other students, as well as share your code with instructors in case you run into problems. It's a lot easier for us to debug your problems if we're able to take a look at what you've actually done. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to need to learn to do is to navigate Terminal. In Terminal, and Terminal, which I have on my dock here, if for some reason you don't have it, you can go to Spotlight and search for Terminal as well. It should come up. Terminal is a nice graphical interface we can use to navigate our computer's folder structure. It's a gateway into the back end of Mac OS X, or if you're using Mavericks as well. And it allows you to enter commands directly into this Unix environment. It's similar to Linux, which uses Unix too. So if you have familiarity with Linux, this should be super easy for you. So why would we use this compared to Finder? Well, it's really powerful, and once you get going, it's really quick because we don't have to click on things. We can just type all our commands in here. It finds things really fast, and most developers use Terminal to navigate their file structure. So let's take a look at what we have in here in Terminal. The first thing we want to do is we want to figure out how to list all of the contents of the current directory we're in. So how do we do that? Well, we can type ls, which is the command for list. And what this is going to do, it actually stands for list files. And what we can do here is we see that we have a bunch of files in our current directory. Specifically, we have applications, downloads, movies, desktop. And we're probably pretty familiar with these if we've ever opened up a folder before. So maybe if we open up our folder, we see a lot of these items in our current folder right here. So we can change directory by using the cd command, change directory, and we can access, for example, our desktop. So let's type this in. Now, one really cool tip you can use is you can use the tab key in order to autofill here, and you can hit return. If two names are very similar, so like let's say you had music 1 and music 2, you would actually have to type in music 1 and music 2, but in this case, there isn't anything close to desktop, so we can just use that tab key to autofill and get the correct name here. So we now see that we're in a different directory here. We can see that our current directory is desktop, and that's because we cd'd or changed directory into our desktop. And we can type this ls command again, and we see that I have 5 files here. One's called terminal. It's a little deceiving. I just kind of throw a lot of files in here. Downloads, I have just a folder I use and drop things other than the default downloads folder. It's just personal preference. Our postcard project, which we're most interested in, which is where we've been creating our project. We can even double click that and open that up. And we see our 2 image files. I like to download these and just throw them on my desktop. It's pretty easy to show you guys how to drag these into the project from the desktop. You might be saving these or leaving these in your downloads file. It kind of depends upon yourself, but your desktop might look really different. I've seen some crazy cluttered desktops. Maybe you don't have anything on your desktop, so maybe this is blank, but this is what mine looks like. And we can also create directories in terminal. Now we can also do this by just kind of right clicking, going new folder, but we could also type make directory and mkdir, and let's call this projects. So we now see that it goes ahead and it creates this folder here, projects. And if we want to access this projects folder, right, we can cd into projects now. And you notice I've typed in ls again here pretty quickly. Sorry about that, I type a little quick sometimes. And what this does is it's shown us that right now this directory is blank. So, if your desktop was completely empty, you would have seen this as well, right? That, there wasn't anything in here until you created this projects folder. So right now this is completely blank. So in terminal, we now see that I'm on Elliot's iMac, right? This is the name of the computer, right, that I gave myself, or my username. And we're in the projects directory. This is the current directory. And the current user is Elliot Arntz, right, which is me. So here we can actually create a file in here. We are actually just going to create an empty file. And the way we can do that is touch, and we just type in test. And we now see that we have a blank file here. We can double click and open this. It's probably going to open this in your default text editor, but that's not really too interesting. Let's go back to our terminal here and continue to learn about terminal. So we want to cd into our test folder. So we can cd test, and we see right now that we get an error, and we see that cd test is not a directory. Well, we can't change into a file. We can only navigate into directories. So that's kind of important to remember. It's kind of important to understand how to navigate the file system for what we're going to be doing later with GitHub. So we can't cd into this file. We're at the uppermost file. Well, right now it kind of looks like we're in an empty file, right? We just have test here, but there's actually 2 other hidden directories within every directory. There's a minimum of 2. There can be more hidden directories, but let's figure out how we can see these directories. We're going to type in ls-a, and this -a is a flag that tells our terminal to print out all the files and directories, including the hidden ones. So let's hit enter here, and we see that we now have this dot, and we have test, right? So test is our file, but what is dot and dot dot? Well, dot represents the current directory that we're in. And what's our current directory? Well, remember, we're in the projects directory. And dot dot represents the directory directly above it. So we can actually go to our previous directory by typing in cd space dot dot and hit enter. And we're on our desktop, right? Which makes sense, right? This is the desktop, and our projects folder is on our desktop. And we can even go up another level, right? Which is where we initially started, by typing in cd dot dot, and let's do ls again. This is the initial one that we saw. So this will be good if you guys go down too far a level and you want to go back up a level. just remember cd space dot dot. And if you can't remember that, if you just remember ls space dash a, you're gonna be able to see all of the hidden directories in the current directory. So we can even go farther up here. We can go cd dot dot again, and this takes us to our users, right? These are all the users on my current computer. And we can go even farther up and take a look at my iMac. So you might later get into issues where you need to adjust like your library or a bin. Maybe you've written a directory incorrectly there and you need to go ahead and remove it. But if you ever want to go back to root, all you have to do is simply type cd space, or just cd and enter. And if we type ls, we get back to our root here, right? So this is the root directory. And whether or not we navigate into a folder or we go to the super directory for the current directory, we can always get back to root by just typing cd enter. And there's a quick way we can figure out that we're in the root directory. This tilde over here tells us that we're currently in the root directory. So the final thing we want to figure out how to do is how to remove directories and how to remove files. Right? And this is going to be handy. Sometimes you're going to have to remove an old version of something. Just really handy to know how to do this in terminal. So let's go ahead and figure out how to remove our test file, and then we'll figure out how to remove the projects directory. So let's cd back into our desktop. And again, we can ls if we're not sure where we're going. And let's cd into projects. And we can do ls again to get test here. And let's go ahead and remove our test. We're going to type rm for remove, and we can type test. And let's hit enter, and we see that it now has gone ahead and deleted this test file. Now we can do cd space dot dot to go up another level, and we want to remove the projects directory. So how can we do that? Well, we could type remove projects because our current projects directory, that's lowercase, is empty. However, if there were files in there, we could do rm space dash rf, and then we could type in projects, lowercase. And what this is going to do is it's going to remove the directory. It's also going to remove any files inside of the directory. And for those of you who are curious, -rf stands for recursive force. So if you're curious, you can do a little bit of reading on Google about this. But for now, just remember -rf will remove all of the subfiles or subdirectories for the directory you're trying to delete. So we can go ahead and hit enter, and we see that it's now gone ahead and removed the projects directory from our desktop. So this is just a basic overview of terminal. There's quite a bit you can do in here. You can download files, you can move files around, you can copy files, tons and tons of stuff you can do. Anything you can do with the graphical interface here, you can also do with terminal. And we really recommend that you spend a little bit of time, you figure this out, because it's really easy to be precise in here. It's quicker, assuming you get a little bit more advanced here in terminal. Thankfully, there are a lot of graphical interfaces we're going to be able to use, but we recommend this. It's kind of the pro way of doing things, so definitely check out terminal. So we're going to figure out how to push our code to a remote repository, and we're going to be using GitHub to do that. So before we get started pushing our code up, we actually need to make sure we're able to log into GitHub. If this is the first time you're doing it, you're going to need to go ahead and create an account. We're going to go through that process together. So let's jump right into it. Actually, so if you Google GitHub, there's a nice little, I love Google, they give you a nice little snippet here on what GitHub is, so you can read all about that. But we're going to go right here, we're going to go to GitHub. And if this is the first time, you need to create a username and a password. I already have one, so it's already saying username is taken. But go ahead and sign up for it, it's free. If you want to create private repositories, which means you want to make your code only available to yourself, maybe you have this awesome next $1 million application you're working on, and you don't want people to steal your code, go ahead and create a private repository. I think it's like $7 a month for the smallest account size, but it's free if you're willing to make your code public. And as you're taking this course, hopefully you're making your code public. If you make some cool changes, share it with the other students. I always love to see cool code being posted. So once you have your account, I'm just gonna go click sign in here. I already have my account set up. You should see something like this. Now, you're not gonna have repositories you contribute to, your current repositories. I have quite a few. And this is kind of just like your activity feed of stuff going on in your projects. Now, I also have a drop down here, because I belong to more than one organization. And you can create your own organizations here. But let's stick with our current user profile because you probably don't have any organizations if you just registered for GitHub. If you do, you can build this into your organization the same way. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go into your repositories. This might be blank for you. And we're going to select new repository. I'm going to add a repository name here. So I can call this postcard. And you could add like app if you want, or app postcard. I'm just going to put postcard here. And we're going to make this public. Again, if you want to register for an account with GitHub, you can make this private. And we can select create repository. And in our next video, we'll figure out how to use these commands in order to push our code up to GitHub. So it's time to save our project onto GitHub. We are going to leave up our nice Safari page here, but I'm going to go ahead and shrink this a little bit so I can bring up my terminal side by side. It's really useful because we're going to be able to grab these commands and use them, and you'll be more likely to remember which commands you need if you just remember which ones you need to copy and paste into your terminal. Yes, it's pretty much that easy. So let's use the commands we learned in terminal before to navigate into our project. So we're going to type ls, and we can cd into our desktop, and ls, and we're going to cd into our postcard application here. And we're now in our postcard app. So yours should look like this. If you saved your postcard app into, say, your documents or a different directory, you're going to need to navigate into that. I saved mine to my desktop, so that's why I changed into the desktop directory. Now, what do we need to do? Well, we're going to need to add our files or to track our files with Git. Luckily, we don't need to initialize our code, which we see here, which is git init, because when we created our project, we set this project up with source control. So if for some reason you did not check that option, you'd want to type git init in right now. So by creating this source control with Xcode, it's actually already gone ahead and created a git ignore file for us, which is going to ignore some files we don't need in Xcode. We're not going to get into what those are. If you're a little bit confused about what Git is, Git allows people or groups of people to work on the same documents or projects in our case, which is often code, at the same time without stepping on each other's toes. It's a distributed version control system. So what we can do in order to add our files to this source control, specifically, we're going to go ahead and add it so it's ready to be committed to our project here on GitHub. So what the first step we need to do is we need to type git add space period. And what this is going to do is it's going to add all our files, so we're tracking all of our files in our project. And the next thing we need to do is we need to commit our changes or save our changes. So the way we can do this is by typing in git commit, and we're going to do -m. And this is a flag that allows us to enter a message in. So we're going to add quotes, and we can, we can see here that Git is saying, well, you could just title this first commit, but instead what I'm going to do is first rev of project. And we can type this in, and we now see that it's gone ahead and it says 6 files changed. There have been 180 insertions, which means we made 180 changes to our code. We've also made 5 deletions. That was kind of just removing some of the default tabbing or spaces inside of our project. We've also added 2 asset files here. We're not going to worry about what the XC user data is. We're not going to need that for now. We could also figure out what the current status is by typing in git status. And we see that nothing to commit, working directory is clean. That means there have been no changes since our last commit. And we're now ready to push our code up. Now, if we went into our project and made some changes and typed git status, it would tell us that the working directory was not clean and that we should commit our changes. So what we can do now is we can go in and we can add our remote here. So this is git remote add origin, and this is our URL, right? This is where we're going to be storing our project, and we can paste this in here. And specifically what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to push our local repo to the GitHub server, and we're specifying what the remote repository is here. So we're telling Git, add this remote, and the origin is going to be this URL. And this URL is reflected in this GitHub project that we created. So let's go ahead and hit enter here. And the next step, or the final step here that we need to do, is we're going to have to copy this in git push -u origin master. And what is this doing? Well, we're essentially pushing our code, or we're saying, okay, our code is ready to go up to GitHub. And the -u tells Git to remember the parameters. So we're saying that right now the origin is master, and this is just basically saying we're on the master branch. Now, in the future, we'll get into what branches are, but real quickly, the idea of branching, we're right now doing all of our code on the master branch. But in the future, if we wanted to add some features, but we wanted to leave our code intact until we were sure that this feature was done, or if we want to have multiple features going on simultaneously, we could create a branch. And a branch basically copies over all of our code and it puts it on a new working branch, and we can make changes, but it will not affect the master branch. And when we're ready, we can merge our changes back into the master branch. But right now we're saying we're doing all of our code and the origin point is master. So if we wanted to change to another branch and make that the origin, we'd have to use this -u. But if we make additional changes in the future, we won't need this -u. We'll just be able to do git push. So git push origin master. So let's go ahead and hit enter here. And we're going to see, this is going to come up. Oh, we have an error here. It does appear that I have some sort of break with my Ruby, but we don't need to worry about that. It's going to prompt you for your username here. And I'm going to go ahead and type this in, enter my password for GitHub, and it should push my code up here. So it's gone ahead and pushed my code up. I'll deal with this Ruby error later. Basically, I just have to update my version of Ruby. And we'll cover that in the future as well. But for now, all that matters, we're able to get in our username and password. And we can see that, it's actually written these objects, files up to our project here. And let's quickly make sure this is working. So we can go ahead, and I refreshed here my page using Command R. And let's go ahead and click on postcard. And let's go into our viewcontroller.swift file. And we can see all of the code that we've written. Remember that we added our send mail button pressed function, and this is the bit of code we wrote. So we can see that our code is in fact being saved here. Now, if you want to share this with someone, just go ahead and grab this URL here, and you can paste this in, to the forums, or if you're going to send this to someone an email, and they should be able to grab this file. So what happens if we make a change to our project and we want to save that change? Do we have to go through this whole process again? Absolutely not. Let's go back into Xcode, and I'm going to go ahead and just add, a comment here. Remember, we learned that we could just add 2 backslashes, and we'll learn about comments in a future video. We'll have a whole video devoted to this, but I'm just going to type in adding a comment here to test commits. Now, let's go ahead and go back. We know we made some changes here. We're still in the correct directory here. If you exit it out, you're going to have to cd back into this directory. And let's go ahead and do git add again. We didn't add any new files, so this isn't going to add anything, but it's a really good habit to get into, to always do that git space add space period. And that the space period, I don't think I mentioned in the last video, is going to add all of the files, right? So it's super handy to do that. And then we're going to do git commit -m. Now, this time we need another message. So we can say this is a second rev, or, it's often really common to, say what kind of feature you're adding in your commit here. So we could say added a comment to test commits. So we can hit enter here, and we see that there was 1 file changed and 1 insertion, right? And that makes sense because we only inserted one bit of, one comment specifically. So now that we have this change, we can now push this up to GitHub, and we're just going to type in git push origin master. And again, it's going to prompt us for our username and our password here. We're going to type those in from GitHub. Hopefully, there we go. And it's written it up. So let's go ahead and refresh. So we now see that we have 3 commits here. There was an initial commit made. And we now have our first rev and our added commit. Now, how did I get to this? Well, I just clicked on this commits here. Sorry, I did that a little quickly. And we can actually take a look and see what was changed in the commit here. So we can see that adding a commit or comment here to test commits, that's really obvious what this change was. And we can check our last one as well. And we can see quite a bit of changes here. Now, It shows us what's been changing in our storyboard. This is actually like saved in XML, so it's not really super nice to read. But our code is actually really obvious what's been changed here. We can see what we removed here. I deleted a space here. And so this is really handy. Using these commits, you can see what the changes are. And if you're checking out other people's code, you can kind of see what the evolution to their projects was by taking a look at their commit history. So that's really handy. We can also see our branch here. We're only using one branch, and that's master. And we only have one contributor. So if we have a team, we can add additional contributors. Now, there's quite a bit of other elements to GitHub. We're not going to really get into those. For now, the important things that we need are the ability to create a project, to push our code up, and to make changes and push those changes to GitHub. So in this video, we're going to figure out how to download a project. Specifically, if you want to check out my code, I'm going to be posting links to the code that we're going to be writing if you want to compare the two sets of code. It's actually really straightforward. We can do a lot of this from terminal. I'm going to actually go ahead and delete my project. Now, if you're worried about saving your project, you can move this to another directory, maybe move this to documents, or you can just, clone this project down, and we say clone when we're going to download our project into a different directory. So I'm just going to delete this. If you're worried about, you didn't save this properly, don't worry about it. And I had Xcode open there, so it threw me a little error. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Well, I'm going to navigate, and so I deleted this, so it's now in trash. So I did CD, take me to my home, and we're going to go into desktop again. And we're just going to download this right onto our desktop, right? Notice I don't have postcards here. It's gone. It's sitting in my trash can. So let's go here. We're on our URL for the proper repository. And it says subversion checkout URL. So I'm going to just go ahead and copy this. I'm using Command C. You can also just right click and do copy as well if you want to do this with your mouse or trackpad. And I'm going to simply type here git space clone. And I'm going to do Command V to paste this in, and I'm going to hit enter. And it's going to download this project for me. It sometimes takes a second here. And once it finishes downloading, we're going to see that it's unpacking our objects. It's 100% done, and we can open this up like so. So we're going to now be able to open up our first Xcode project. Some people struggled with this, so I'm just going to quickly show you. All we have to do is double click on the folder. And we're just going to double click on our project.xcode. And this is going to now open. Now, for some reason, it doesn't default to opening our file structure. But remember our project navigator here. We can just, click these arrows and open it up. And, we can see our view controller file here. Welcome to your first challenge. This is really an opportunity for you to practice what we've been doing in the last few lectures. And we're going to kind of put it all together in one challenge. There's also going to be a solution video in the next lecture. In case you get stuck, feel free to switch over there. Definitely take a look at how we solve this problem so you can make sure you're solving it the same way. Or maybe you come up with a different or even better solution. That's possible. Our solution is only a suggestion. And really, this challenge is really an outline. You can do what we suggest. You can change it up a little bit. If you come up with a different solution, please post it and let us know what you do. It's always really awesome to hear back from you guys about what you're doing. Challenges are not meant to be scary. They're really meant for you to just practice things. So there's no shame in checking out the solution either if you're really stuck. We have such a broad range of students that some people have never experienced computer science or any computer programming language before, and they're really going to struggle with these type of things. We're also going to have assignments later on, and they're going to be even more difficult. So and some people have had tons of computer programming experience, so they're going to find these super easy and they're going to be able to just fly through it. So it's completely okay if this seems overwhelming. Definitely just try to get through it and definitely ask questions in the discussions if you just get completely stuck or you're not sure where to start. And we also have the solution video there for you. So hopefully I've laid that out and hopefully you're able to move forward with this. The idea in this challenge is we're going to practice in our storyboard here. And we're also going to practice hooking things up. So we're going to practice IB outlets. Specifically, I want you to add an additional label. And I want you to hook that label up. And I want you to display whatever information is in the enter name text field in this new label when you press the send mail button. I also want you to practice updating the color of the new label. So why don't you go ahead and make that blue? And I also want you to practice making the name text field go away when we press the send mail button. So hopefully you remember we have this function. It was called resign first responder, and we had to call that in some specific way in order to make the keyboard disappear. So best of luck as you approach this challenge. I really can't wait to see what everyone does on their own. So let's solve our challenge here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up Xcode here, and we're going to make sure that we have our storyboard open so we can add an additional label to our project. So I've already gone ahead and searched for this label inside of the object library. Now I can drag this label into my project, and I'm going to drag this right above my button here. I don't want to drag this over the label I have at the top here because we don't want our labels to show up on top of one another. And this is going to be for my name here. And I'm going to set its initial state to be hidden so it doesn't appear when we first show this view controller on the screen. Now I need to hook up this label to my view controller, so I'm going to hold down the Alt key and select viewcontroller.swift. And I'm just going to quickly close these two panels. And let's make sure that we can find our label over here. And we're going to connect this up to our view controller here. Now I like to keep my labels together, my text fields together, so I'm just going to add a return here so we have a little bit of space to drag this in. And I'm going to drag from my label here into my view controller, and we're going to make this an outlet. Remember that I hold down the control key when I drag. And we're going to call this name label. And we can press the connect button. We're going to make sure that this is a UI label and that the storage type is weak, and that this is also an outlet connection. Same way we've done for our other UI elements. So let's press connect, and we can delete this extra space here. We can even, differentiate this by, labels, text fields, and UI button if you'd like to do it that way as well. A lot of this is just stylistic, right? It doesn't really affect the code in any way, but sometimes from an organization standpoint, it's nice to see certain things together. So let's go back to single view here, and let's open up our panels. We can go back to the viewcontroller.swift file. And once again, we're going to be writing this code inside of the send mail button pressed function. So let's do this right below our update for the message label. We can also then update our name label. And the first thing we want to do is unhide our name label. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to do that the same way we did with our message label, except that we're going to be using name label instead of message label. So we're going to say name label dot hidden is equal to false. And then we're going to update the text. And what text do we want to use? Well, we want to use the text from the enter name text field. So we're going to say name label dot text is equal to enter name text field, and then we're going to access the text property. So once again, we're going to update the text property with this, which is a string, with the enter name text field's text property, which is also a string. We also want to set the text color to be blue, so we're going to say name label dot text color, and we're going to set this equal to UI color dot blue color. So maybe now you can guess that we'd have access to things like green color. There's also something called light gray color, dark gray color, white color, a bunch of different colors we can have access to here. And we're really easily able to create these instances of UI color with this class function with the name of the color that we're going to be creating. The final thing we want to do here is we want to update the enter name text field's text. So we can say enter name text field dot text, and we can set this equal to an empty string. And if you're feeling particularly ambitious, maybe you also want to make the keyboard go away. So you're going to say enter name text field dot resign first responder, which will take away the keyboard when we press the send mail button if we currently are clicked into the enter name text field. And setting the text property for our enter name text field to be equal to 2 quotes here will also reset the enter name text field's text property to be empty, so the placeholder text will once again appear. So let's go ahead and run our application here. I'm going to run this in the iPhone 6, and let's see how this looks. So we're going to go over to message here, and let's enter a name. So I'll put my name in, Elliot. I guess I'm sending this to myself. And I'm going to say, hi, It's awesome. And we can go ahead and put this in, and we'll press the send mail button, and we'll see that both of our text fields are now being cleared. Hi, it's awesome is appearing in red, and Elliot is now appearing in blue. So this is working properly. All of our code is working the way we expected it to. So we have another challenge for you. I realize this is back-to-back. Generally, we don't do back-to-back challenges throughout the course, but in this case, it really is relevant to do this right now. It's a great chance to practice Git and GitHub using terminal, doing commits, everything we basically learned so far. Generally, we try to space these challenges out, but we put them where we feel you really need to practice something we've learned. So if we feel like things are self-explanatory, we don't really want to waste your time, but we do feel like these are a great way to practice things and to really force you to make sure you understand what we've been doing. So in this challenge, it's fairly straightforward. All I want you to do is make a commit for the changes that we've made in this latest challenge and to push those up to GitHub. So once again, if you're watching this challenge solution, you either struggled with solving this challenge, in which case don't worry about it. This is why we have the solution videos. Or you just want to double check and make sure you did it correctly. So what's the first thing we need to do? Well, I've opened up Safari with my GitHub project here, our postcard project. And I also have opened up Terminal, and I'm sitting right now on my desktop, right? If you came in at root, which would be here, just CD right into your desktop. Assuming that's where your project is saved. So I'm going to CD into my project. So I'm going to CD into postcard, which means I'm going to change my directory into postcard. And we're going to do git add space period, right? And this is going to add all our new files. Well, we haven't added any new files to our project. But again, it's really good habit to get into to always do this so you don't forget. So git add space period. And this is going to go ahead and add all our files. And then we need a commit here. So what do we, -m, what do we really make? What was the change we made in this section? Well, we made some adjustments to our storyboard, but specifically we really implemented the name label functionality. So I'm just going to put that in there, name label functionality. And we can commit this up. And let's go ahead and push this to our master branch onto GitHub. And let's go ahead and put in our username and our password for GitHub. It's going to write these here, and let's go and confirm that these changes were added. So I'm going to go ahead and look at my commits here, and we see that my latest commit is in fact available to me on GitHub. So if you were able to accomplish this, great. If you needed this help with this video, once again, this is why we're doing these solution videos. It's time to start learning about the fundamentals of Swift. And the first thing we're going to learn about is a variable. Variables are going to be at the core of building applications using the Swift programming language. So in order to learn about this, we're going to go ahead and we're going to click on Xcode. But instead of creating a new project here, we're going to select Get Started with a Playground. And this is going to allow us to quickly play with some code without having to generate a whole project or hook anything up from the storyboard. We're going to be able to quickly just test and see what the output of code is. So let's go ahead and give this project a name. We can call this variable or variables. And I'm going to choose iOS as the platform here, and I'm going to select Next. And I'm going to go ahead and just save this to my desktop, and I'm going to select Create. And we now have a new playground. And we see what Apple's doing here by default. They're adding this var string is equal to hello playground. It's their little joke on hello world. And we actually don't need this line of code, so we're going to go ahead and remove this. We're actually going to be adding our own variables in just a sec here. So variables essentially allow us to reference and to store information. And variables will have a type. And the first type we're going to be looking at is going to be an integer, or int for short. And integers are used to store whole numbers. So let's try creating our first variable. Let's say var, we're going to use this var keyword. And we're going to say first integer, and we're going to set this equal to 0. So let's go over this bit of code we just wrote. The var keyword specifies that first integer, the keyword we're using here, or the variable name we can say, is going to be a variable, which means that it can change in the future. Later on, we'll learn about constants, which cannot be changed in the future. But we could update the value of first integer even though we're setting it right now using the assignment operator, or the equal sign here, equal to 0. So the value or the number that first integer stores is 0, and we're also specifying that it is a variable, meaning that it can change in the future. We're not stuck with 0 being the value of first integer in the future. But right now, until we change that value, whenever we reference first integer, its value will be 0. We can also add additional variable declarations, or we can say that the value of second integer is going to be equal to 29. And notice that we're able to do this on a single line of code here. Using this comma here, we no longer need to specify that second integer is a variable because it's on the same line and we separated this with a comma. We can now define two variables at the same time. So we're going to say first integer is going to be equal to 0. And then we're going to say second integer is also going to be a variable, but its value is going to be 29. And notice that we're using whole numbers here. There's no decimals. We can also declare additional variables on the next line of code here. So we could say var third integer is going to be equal to negative 1,858,000. Notice that we can make integers quite large. There are limitations on the size of integers, but it would have to be a very, very large number. So you probably won't be running into that issue in this course. But in the future, remember that this integer only has so much space to store a number. It can't hold an infinitely large number. Right? There are limitations to how big of a number we can store. But that number is really big, so you don't really need to worry about that right now. We also are able to see here that if we had wanted to, we could have done comma and just put this on the same line. Right? That would have been completely fine as well. But we can also define this on an additional line. As a rule of thumb, you want to try to use as few lines of code as possible. It's generally cleaner that way. But sometimes you want to be very explicit and make your code a little bit easier to read, and sometimes breaking it out, especially when you're starting out, is a lot easier to do. Like we won't be using this comma notation to define two variables simultaneously for quite a long time. We can also use additional characters. And by that, I mean, you could say something like var x is equal to 5. Notice that we didn't have to write first, second, or third integer. We were able to just write var x is equal to 5. And the value of x, right, whenever you reference x again, so if we said something like x is equal to 10 in the future, right, we could update the value of x, but we don't have to specify that it's a variable again, right? We only have to specify that x is a variable or that it can change once in our code. The second type we want to talk about is going to be a double, and you might also hear of these referred to as floats. Now, they're going to be very similar, and basically what a double or a float is the ability to add a decimal to our value here. So we could say var discount at department store is going to be equal to 0.3, or there's a 30% discount at the department store. And notice here that we're using a decimal this time. And this is going to be automatically defaulted by Swift to a double. It's going to automatically detect that we're setting this equal to a decimal or a number with a decimal, and it's going to make it a double for us. Now, there are going to be some cases where it may be a float. And for those of you who are interested, the difference is basically a 32-bit system versus a 64-bit system. So when we're using a 64-bit system, we're going to be automatically defaulted to the double. And that's usually going to be the case for our purposes when we're coding things out. So you can often think of this as a double, right? I just want you to be familiar with the term float. In case you're reading documentation, floats were very popular in Objective-C. You saw them quite a bit. So if you're taking a look at some legacy code, maybe you're going to see this keyword float. And just remember that floats and doubles are just both numbers with decimals. So in our last video, we figured out how we could define some variables. And we were also talking about the type of our variables. Now, in Swift, there's this really cool thing called type annotations, which allow us to explicitly define what type our variables should be. And we can actually go ahead and show you how to do that. We're just going to use the colon symbol, and then we're going to be able to type in int, which is integer for short. And here we're explicitly telling Swift that we want first integer to be an int. And it's automatically doing this, right, behind the scenes. So we'll get into a use case in just a second where we might actually define something ourselves. Often you're just going to want to let Swift figure this out itself. Swift is really good at figuring out, okay, what type should this be? But as we write code together in the future, you're going to see some cases where we explicitly define it. Maybe we just want to be very clear to ourselves that this is the type. It just might lead to a little bit easier code to read. Maybe we have a specific reason we want to convert a type, even though it could be an integer, and Swift would probably make it an integer. We want it to actually be able to interact with numbers with decimals in the future. So we can define our second integer as also an int here with our colon. But for our third integer here, let's actually change this and make this a float. Right? And this is completely legal. And we now see that over here on the right side, which actually prints out the value for us here, that we have our value here, which is negative 1,858,000, but it's added a 0.0 at the end. So because we changed this to a float, it's now converted this over to a number with a decimal. Right? And because of that, we could interact with this by multiplying this by other decimals, adding other numbers with decimals to this. We're going to see later when we start doing operations that we want to generally update or change two variables of the same type or have them interact in terms of performing operations on them with two variables of the same type. So changing this over to a float, or even changing this over to a double, right? Because doubles are much more common in Swift, right? Again, we're going to see this .0 here, or 0.0. We could also update var x here. We could say that this is going to be an integer as well. So we could do :int, and notice that it just leaves it as 5 here. And then for var discounted department store, we could do :double. Or if there was some specific reason we wanted to make this a float, maybe a parameter expects a float, it doesn't expect a double, we could define this explicitly as a float. There's also some C types if we're interacting with Objective-C. Maybe when we want to make this like a CG float. There's different types we'll see in the future. I don't want you to stress about those future types. I just want you to understand that when you see this colon and the type, we're using what's called type annotation, and we're just explicitly defining the type of the integer. So you just look at this and you'd say, oh, like int. Int is short for integer. First integer has to be an integer. And even though we named this variable third integer, the fact that we added :double actually means this is a double. So third double would be a much better name here. So just be careful with your name conventions. Now, of course, this doesn't matter. We're not coding out an actual project with this. I'm just using this as an example of how we can use type annotation to explicitly define the type of a variable. We're now going to start learning about commenting, and we're going to be using commenting in our projects in order to help us figure out what we're doing, as well as leave notes for us in case we want to go back later and take a look at our code and figure out exactly what we did. Now, commenting is kind of an art of programming thing. There's really no real hard and fast rules. There are suggestions I'm going to give you, but certainly commenting is kind of like taking notes for yourself. So everyone has their own style. They figure out what works best for them. Some people like to write a ton of comments. Some people like to write no comments inside of their project. So I'm just going to introduce you to how we can comment, and then I'm going to let you pick the best ways that you want to go forward and add notes to your project. So the first thing I'm going to show you is how we can make a single line comment. And all we have to do here is actually, let's do this right above discounted department store. So let's go ahead and add 2 forward slashes here. And we could say something, I will be using this later to track the discounts at this department store. It will change seasonally. And we can see here what I'm doing is I'm trying to explain what this variable is going to do, right? I don't want to explain that this line of code, I'm creating a variable, it's a double and it's equal to 0.3. Although when you're starting out and you're trying to learn how to, write code, maybe that would be a really helpful comment for you. But as you move farther along, you want to explain what this variable is going to be used for, why you're generating it. I'm also explaining here that it's going to change seasonally. So maybe hard coding it isn't the best thing in the world, right? might have this equal to 0.5 during our big blowout sale. So this is kind of an example of how a comment would work in terms of explaining to ourselves if we were to look back at this code later, oh yes, I need to remember that this is going to change seasonally. We can also do a couple of lines of commenting here. We can do something like first line comment, and then we can do an additional line below it. We can say something like second line. We're often going to see our differentiation between our functions. So we'll do something like comment, and we'll type in like UI table view data source. And this will explain that the functions below this comment are going to be UI table view data source functions. They're going to be related to that protocol. We'll see that in the future. Don't worry about it. But the idea of differentiating different groups of code with a comment is really used in Swift quite a bit. Multi-line explanations are also sometimes required. We have to, type a bunch of comments in. So this is quite ugly. And in order to have a multi-line comment, all we have to do is /* char star, and then we can do paragraph 1, and we could say something like explanation, and then maybe we have another one below this, paragraph 2, explanation. And then in order to finish this multi-line comment off, we're just going to do char star /. So anything in between here is a comment. Now, commenting basically means that the code won't run here. It has no effect on our computer program at all. This is only for us, and it's only for our own notes. So you're going to write this for yourself, and if you're working in a team with other developers, you're going to write comments so you can help them understand the code you're writing, or maybe adding to a project, committing to some sort of repo. Maybe you're pushing it up to GitHub and you're adding comments, so when people look at your code, they understand why you wrote what you did. Now, there's one final trick I want to show you, and that's how to do quick commenting. So sometimes you want to just comment a line of code out or a couple lines of code out, and you want to do this very quickly. You don't want to just keep typing in these /. It's so common, in fact, that we have this nice keyboard shortcut. I'm going to highlight 2 lines of code at the top here, and I'm going to hold down the command key, and I'm going to press /. And we're going to see it's automatically going to comment these lines of code out. Now, let's say later on I need these lines of code back. I can re-highlight these, hold down the command key, and press / again, and that will uncomment my code out. So that's how we do quick commenting. And this is really common when you're trying to compare different lines of code and you think something might be causing a break. You just comment lines of code out and uncomment them until you find the break in your computer program. So I use this quite a bit as I generate my own computer programs. Now we want to learn how to perform operations on our integers, right? Where we have numbers and we want to figure out how we can add, subtract, divide, and multiply these numbers together. So let's go ahead and create an additional playground. So I'm going to open up a new Xcode project here, and I'm going to select Get Started with the Playground. And we're going to call this playground Operations on Variables. And I'm going to choose iOS as a platform, and we can go ahead and select Next. And I'm just going to save this to my desktop, and then I can select Create here. And once again, we're going to just remove this first line of code here, this string variable. We don't need that. So let's create 2 variables. We'll call the first one X. So we'll say var X, and we're going to set this equal to 49. And let's create a second variable, call this Y, and we'll set this equal to 10. Well, we can perform some operations on our variables, and we could update the value of one of the variables we already have, but we're just going to create new variables. So we're going to say var addition answer is going to be equal to X plus Y. And one of the cool things about Playground now is it's going to show us what the result is in this right panel over here. And we're going to see that the result is 59. So 49, which is the value of X, plus 10, which is the value of Y here, are added together using our addition operator here. And that value is then assigned to addition answer. So notice the way I explained this, right? X plus Y is evaluated first, and then it's assigned to addition answer. We don't start reading left to right, even though that's how your eyes would scan this code. The way the computer program is handling this is actually adding the value of X and Y and then assigning it to addition answer. So the second thing we can do here is we can show you multiplication. So let's say var multiplication answer, and we're going to say this is equal to x times y, and it's going to be equal to 490, right? Which that is 0 and to the 49 here. It's multiplying by 10, so it's 490. And we're just using the multiplication operator, and once again, we're assigning the value to multiplication answer. We also can do subtraction, so let's say subtraction answer. We're going to set this equal to x minus y. And finally, we can do division answer. So we're going to set this equal to x divided by y. Now, with division here, we see that there's something a little bit different, and that's it's dropping off the remainder. So this isn't rounding as you know it. It's a little bit different. When we divide two numbers, two integers together, we can capture the remainder, but we're not going to do that right now. All we're going to see here is it's going to drop off that 0.9. So the result is going to be 4. So just keep that in mind if you divide two integers together. In this video, we're going to start learning about how to perform operations on floats or doubles, numbers with decimals. So the first thing we want to do here is we're going to go back into our operations on variables playground project. Hopefully you still have that open from our last lecture. And we're going to create a variable, and we're going to say this variable is going to be named discount on shoes at store. And we're going to set this value equal to 0.3, number with a decimal. Now let's go ahead and create a second variable. We'll say var price of shoes, and we're going to set this equal to 33. And finally, let's go ahead and create a variable named price after discount, and let's set this equal to price of shoes times 1 minus discount at store. And we're going to see an error here. And if we click on a little red thing here, this is going to help us figure out what the error is. So if you get one of these in your project, it means your project has a compile error, and it's going to stop your project from running until you fix this error. And it's going to give you some information about fixing it. Sometimes if you click in, it'll even recommend a code fix for you. Now this one is a little bit different. It says cannot invoke minus sign or subtraction with an argument list of type, and then it gives us our type here, int. And basically what's going on here is we're trying to multiply a decimal or number with a decimal by an integer, right? And we have to have the same types here in Swift when we do multiplication, addition, division, as well as subtraction, which is our case here. So let's go ahead and swap this over to a double. We can specify this. We learned about type annotation before, and we see that now our error goes away. So now this is a double, and we could even make this 1.0 if we wanted to be really specific that we were, doing numbers with decimals or doubles in our case. And we're going to be able to multiply price of shoes times this new value, which is going to be 0.7. Well, the other thing I want to point out here is our use of parentheses. And this is kind of the first time we've seen this. So when we're doing operations, we can add parentheses, and the items inside of our parentheses will evaluate first, and then the items outside will evaluate. So the standard order of operations, parentheses, then multiplication, division, and then addition and subtraction, evaluating in that order still holds in computer programming, specifically the Swift programming language. So here we're able to create a new variable named price after discount, and we used our price of shoes, which we said was a double, and our discount on shoes at the store. We're subtracting this from 1.0 because we want to get what the total percentage that we still have to pay is. So we're going to say this is the price after the discount. Now, one additional thing I want to show you is that we can update the value of price after discount. After we've created it here, we can access this and update this value. And that's the whole reason to make this a variable. By making this a variable, we say we can change the value of price after discount. How can we do that? Well, let's create another variable, and we're going to say down payment. And we're going to say this is equal to 10.5. Maybe we're buying this on layaway. Whatever the case is, we're able to put a down payment at 10.5. So we want to update the value of price after discount. How can we do that? Well, we're going to type in price after discount. And notice the autocomplete here. It's recognizing that I previously had created this variable price after discount. And I can say that this is going to be equal to price after discount minus down payment. And we're going to be able to see that it's going to give us a value of 12.6 here, which is my new price after discount. How is this working? Well, this is going to look a little bit different than, algebra or other mathematics you may have worked with in the past. But in computer science, this is a really, really common thing to do, which is to update a variable using that variable. Now, remember I said the right side evaluates first. So what's happening here is price after discount has a value, which is 23.1. And then we're going to subtract down payment, which is 10.5. Then we're going to assign this updated value, which is 12.6, to price after discount. And now price after discount, if we access this in the future, if we were to go down here and say price after discount, this would again be equal to 12.6. So we're able to update a variable's value after the fact. So this is a really powerful way that we can play with variables, and it's a really important reason that we would declare something as a variable as opposed to a constant, which we'll see later cannot be changed after we assign it a value. Now we're going to talk about valid variable names. We've been making quite a few variable names here, and they've all been valid. We haven't entered invalid variable names. But if you start coding on your own, you might not know what the best practices are. So we're going to go through and we're going to do this together. The first one we want to avoid is the use of types as our variable name. So what do I mean by that? Well, we know about integers, so we don't want to write something like var int is equal to 10, right? Even though this is valid, we don't want to do this, and we definitely don't want to use the lowercase either, because we want to just save int for our type here. So we also have seen double, var double is equal to 10. That's going to be very confusing to read. So we want to avoid this. Even though Xcode allows us to do this, we want to avoid doing that. It's a really bad practice to use that. And then we also are going to see additional reserved keywords. So things like if, and this is actually going to throw a compile error here. Struct would be another one. We're going to use class later on. Func. Any of these words that highlight in pink here, we want to avoid using in our computer program as a variable name. So you're going to kind of see all these additional keywords in the future. I know we haven't taken a look at these yet in our projects, but this is a real helpful indicator from Apple that it colors our keywords as pink. So use that as a guiding rule not to name your variable names with a pink keyword here. There's some other things we want to avoid. We want to avoid adding spaces in between our variable names. So we don't want to write something like addition answer is equal to 10. We want to use camel case, which means we capitalize the additional letter here, or the next letter of our second word and our third word and our fourth word. You're going to capitalize the first letter so that you can read it. So like discount on shoes at store, we notice where the capital letters are. We also want to avoid reusing a variable name here, right? Addition answer we've already said was a variable name. Now we can use price after discount again, but notice that we didn't use the var keyword. We're not recreating this variable, we're just accessing this variable. So in this case, we're trying to recreate a variable named addition answer, which we've already done in this computer program. So we want to not do that. We want to avoid using the same name over and over again. So once again, what we could do is we could say something like var z is equal to 10, or let's set it equal to 33, and then we could say z is equal to 44. And this would be completely valid because we're just updating the value of z. We're not redefining that there is a variable named z here. So this is kind of what we did with price after discount. We're next going to learn about type aliases. We're not going to be using type aliases in our project heavily because frankly, I think they're a little gimmicky. But in full-scale production applications, I suppose they have their place. I'm really introducing these so that if you see them in the future, you'll at least have heard about them before. Maybe you'll remember to reference our course, or maybe it'll just trigger something in the back of your mind and you'll be able to think, oh, okay, I've at least seen this type alias before, even if I haven't used it heavily. And, I can figure out how this thing works. So basically what type aliases allow us to do is to redefine class names on the fly. So we can go to the top here, right below import UI kit, and let's type alias, and we're going to type whole number, and we're going to set this equal to int. And what this is going to do is it's going to replace the int keyword, or the int class name here, with whole number. So anywhere we had defined an integer, something like x, we could have done whole number instead of doing int, right? So this is pretty cool. Let's try this with the double. We can try type alias, and we can do number with decimal, and we can set this equal to a double. And then let's go down here. When we actually have to specify the double, we can do number with decimal, and we see that our computer program works exactly the same way. So this type alias is working. Now, some of you might be tempted to go back and, you might say, okay, I'm having a really hard time remembering that ints are whole numbers, or, doubles are numbers with decimals. So I'm just going to generate a bunch of these every time I create my project and replace all these items. And I would say to you, well, before you do that, that's quite a bit of additional work, first of all. Second of all, learning words like int and double, this is going to be the way you're going to be reading these items in the documentation. You're also going to see this as you interact with other developers. And if you move to other technology stacks in the future, knowing an integer is a whole number is going to be really helpful because you're going to be able to pick up the new language very quickly. For those of you migrating from Objective-C up to Swift, you've seen integers and you've seen doubles before. This isn't anything, terribly difficult or terribly new. I mean, if this is your first computer programming language, then yes, there's quite a lot of new vocabulary to learn. And I understand that that can be overwhelming at times, but I would say spend the time now, learn the proper class names for everything. And then if you really want to, you can go back and use some type aliases and maybe do some cool stuff in a production app and change some class names around. So the feature is there, but we're not going to be using that heavily in our projects together. We're going to learn about numeric literals next, and this is, again, kind of a gimmicky feature in Swift. It definitely has a much bigger use case than type aliases, in my personal opinion. But once again, the amount of times you're going to be writing in crazy large numbers, unless, of course, you're doing some very specific work in Swift, I'd say is pretty small. But I'm going to show this to you again if it pops up. It's also a pretty cool language feature that's in Swift, so I want you to see as many of these language features as possible so that you can at least start getting an idea of how powerful the new Swift programming language is. So right down to it, numeric literals allow us to create very large numbers. So we're going to create a variable named large number, and I'm just doing this in the operations on variables playground project. And we're going to make a number here. So we're going to do 1, underscore 000, underscore 000, underscore 000, underscore 000. So now we have 1 trillion, and we see that this properly displays over here. And we were able to separate this using these underscores. So it's a lot easier to read this than reading this, right? So we can't add commas, that would break our computer program, but we can add these underscores in order to separate and kind of make this very large number way more readable. So that's how we can use numeric literals. And if you find a good use case to add a very large number to your Swift project and you want to look like a pro, drop in a numeric literal, and if someone reads your code, they're going to be like, that's awesome. It's time to learn about strings and characters. Characters are going to be a single letter, number, or symbol, such as A, 2. And we're also going to be learning about strings, which are going to be a series of characters. And we're going to be able to encapsulate all of these characters inside of a string. Now, let's see how we do that. Let's go ahead and create a new Xcode project here. And we're going to choose Get Started with Playground. And we're going to call this Strings. And we're going to choose the platform to be iOS. We can go ahead and press Next and press Create. Actually, I'm going to say this to my desktop, so I'll create this on my desktop. And we actually have a string that's already been created for us here. It says var str is equal to hello playground. And we see that this is currently in quotes. And quotes are just a really quick way we can create strings by putting a series of characters inside of the quotes. We can create a string. Now, we can also create an empty string here by just having two empty quotes here. And we see that we just see the quotes, but what is actually being saved here is just an empty string. We wouldn't actually see these quotes if we were to display this or update this to like a text property on our label like we've done before. And let's actually just go ahead and change this variable name to string1. I like that a little bit better. And then what we can do is we can update the value of string1 the same way we did with our variables when we were creating integers or doubles. So we can say string1 is equal to hello. And then what we can do is we can create an additional string. So we can say let string2 equal world. Well, we have the ability to add two strings together, and we need to make sure that both of these are strings. So we could say var hello world string is equal to string1, and then we can actually even add an additional string here. So we want a space in between hello and world, and then we can add string2 to this. And we see hello world now prints out on this right panel over here. Now that we have our hello world string and it says hello world, or its value is hello world with the space in between, we can do some cool things to it. We can make it all uppercase by saying hello world string is equal to hello world string dot uppercase string. And we'll see that this prints out hello world all in capitals here. We could also make it all lowercase by saying hello world string is equal to hello world string dot lowercase string. And in both cases, what we're doing here is on the right side, we're accessing our hello world string. In the first case here, it's just hello world with the first letter capital and the second letter capital. And we're updating it by saying, okay, give me back the property that's the capital string here and update the value of hello world string to the new capital string. Now notice that this doesn't have parentheses, and we saw parentheses used with like resign first responder, which was a function, a bit of functionality that ran. We're just accessing an attribute of our hello world string, and we're just updating the value with that attribute. So down here, we also have the ability to do the same thing here. We're going to access the attribute of lowercase string, and we're going to be able to update the value of hello world string to be the lowercase version of our series of characters here. Now, we can also add a single character here, and Swift has gone through some changes now. So characters essentially work like strings. We're going to be able to say first character, and this is just going to be a single character. We're just going to add an exclamation point here. And in the past, we were not able to write something like first characters equal to first character plus hello world string. And that was because we were adding a character and a string together. But now that's completely valid. We see that this doesn't throw an error. And we can also say something like hello world string is equal to hello world string plus first character. And we can add a single character onto our string, and that will work fine as well. So characters really don't cause any issues now. It's nice to know that a character exists, especially when you go to other computer programming languages. Single characters can be handled differently, but in our case, we're going to be able to use them just the same way we're going to be able to use a string here, and we're going to be able to add them to strings and manipulate them in just the same way we saw. We can add two strings together, we can add a character to a string, and we can also change strings by using uppercase and lowercase, which is just a bit of cool functionality. Now, you might be saying, when would I ever need to use these two attributes on a string? Well, sometimes for passwords, if they're not case sensitive, if you have the user entering in a password text field, you're just going to drop it all into lowercase so that when you send it off to your server to do some authentication, it's already in the lowercase form and you don't have to do that server side. So that could be like a use case where you might use lowercase string. So now we're going to learn about string interpolation, which is the ability to add and print out the value of a variable into a string. And we're going to be able to put these strings together And in a few videos, I'm going to show you some shorthand we can use to do this as well. So let's jump right into this. We're going to go ahead and create a variable. Let's say var x is equal to 5. Now this is an integer, right? It's a number. So how would we get that into our string? Well, we could go ahead and do something simple like var new string is equal to, and we could do quote, we're going to do backslash here, and we're going to do 2 parentheses quote. And we can put any variable inside of these parentheses. We can put x here, and we now see 5 is being put in here. Now we notice that there are these quotes here, which means it's inside of a string. It's no longer an integer number. So we couldn't do things like multiplication or division on this any longer. We couldn't do multiplication or division on new string because it's a string, right? We could add other strings to it. So we could do something like plus hello world string, like this would be valid. And we see 5 hello worlds, printing out here. We could also do this with floats. So we could do var float value is equal to 3.5. And we could say something var new float string is equal to quote backslash parentheses quote. And we could put float value in here. This would be legal as well. So this is a really cool way we can, basically get our variables, be they floats, integers, and we're going to learn about other types in the future, and add these to our string so we can get a value in here and, then do all the operations we learn on strings. So now we're going to learn about optionals and how to convert strings to integers. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and create a string here. We're going to say var number string, and we're going to set this equal to a string, but we're just going to put the value 9 inside of it. Now, we can convert this to an integer by saying var number string to int, and we're going to say this is going to be equal to number string dot to int. And actually, let's go ahead and just slowly type this. We see that we have this question mark here, and we see this kind of weird syntax. Now, we haven't covered functions yet, and we will absolutely cover functions in the future, but this is another function that we're seeing here. We saw a function when we were messing around in our first project, our postcard app, and we used the function resign first responder, which we called on our text field in order to make the keyboard go away. So just remember, a function is a bit of code or something that will happen by calling this function. And we don't have to write out all these different steps. All we have to do is call the name, and we're able to get this to work. So when we see these parentheses here like this, it means that we're calling a function. Now this function doesn't have any parameters. It's just empty, but sometimes we'll have to put some information in between these parentheses in the future. Now we use this dot notation to call this function, and this will convert our string to an int optional. Now an optional sounds super confusing. If you're coming from Objective-C, you've never seen an optional before. But there are this really cool new type that's introduced in Swift, and it's going to prevent you from having a lot of problems. Basically what happens here is if we enter gibberish into number string, let's say we added some characters and then we added another number here, this would be nil. And we actually see that it prints out nil to this right side panel here. And this is not a valid number. We can't convert this into an integer, right? This is not a valid integer. But if we just put 9 in here, we see that sum 9, right? And it says sum 9 because this is an optional right now. So it does have a value, and basically an optional can have two different values. It can have an actual value, right? In this case, we want it to have an integer value, or it can be nil. And nil basically means it was not able to get a value back. So later on, we're going to see we can do some control flow. We could write, if, this is valid or if this does not equal nil. There's a bunch of different control flow we can do for optionals. But in our case, we're just going to make sure that we're going to put number string in here. And we're going to get this optional back. Remember that optionals can have two values. It could be nil, as in this was not valid, or it can actually pass us back some value here. And then we're going to learn how to do what's called unwrapping an optional. And unwrapping an optional just means that if there is a valid value, let's go ahead and grab that, and we're just going to set that equal to a variable for now. So we're going to say optional to int, and we're going to set this equal to number string to int, and then we're going to add an exclamation point at the end. Now the exclamation point says, okay, convert my optional into the actual value. And in this case, it gives us 9. So once again, if we put some gibberish in here, we're going to see it gives us an error here because we cannot unwrap an invalid value here. This is nil. We can't unwrap nil. So when unwrapping, we need to make sure that we're unwrapping some actual value. And if you get some sort of crash like that, actually, let's just go ahead and add that back. We're going to see this is our error here that we're going to get. If you see an error like this, it often has to do with your optional issue here when we have an exec bad access error. So let's go ahead and remove that once more. And then we can see that this is a regular integer now. We can even update it, so we can say optional to int, and we can say this is going to be equal to optional to int plus 3. And that will equal 12 now. So we're able to use this integer exactly the same way we've used integers in the past. And we've now figured out how we can go from strings to integers. And in our previous one, we figured out how we could add an integer to a string. So we figured out how to do conversions both ways. In this video, we're going to figure out how to convert a string to a double. And let's go ahead and just jump right into this. Again, I'm in the strings.playground project here. And I'm going to create a variable, and this variable's name is going to be double string. And I'm going to set the value equal to 3.9585. And now we can go ahead and figure out how to convert this into a double. We're going to write var double value from string is equal to, we're going to do double, and we're going to add 2 parentheses here. It's very important. We're going to say double string as ns string, and we're going to do dot double value. Wow, this is some crazy new syntax. So let's take a minute to talk about what's going on here. We're creating a new variable, and this variable's name is going to be double value from string. And we're going to first take a look at the inside, right? Remember with parentheses, the inner parentheses always evaluate first, and then the items in the outer parentheses evaluate. And then we look outside of the parentheses. So we're going to first take a look here. We have double string as ns string. What's going on here? Well, we're able to access this Objective-C type ns string, right? This is defined in Objective-C. And we're going to be able to define that our string is going to be an ns string here. We're specifying using this as keyword that we want it to be an ns string. Now, are Swift strings and ns strings the same thing? No, they're not exactly the same thing, but because these languages were both written by Apple, they've written a lot of overlap for us, and they're going to work the same way for the property we need. Right? So we're going to be able to use this as keyword in the future when we're not sure what a type is going to be, or we're going to want to help our computer program and help it figure out what type we actually want it to be here. We're going to specify that double string, we want it to be an ns string. So we can use this as keyword. We can't just throw as anywhere we want, but we're going to have plenty of examples to see as in the future. So hopefully you'll get a good idea of how to use this as keyword in the future. So here we're saying, okay, I want my double string to be an ns string. And the reason I want to do that is ns string has this really cool property called double value. And in fact, if we go ahead and remove this outer parenthesis here with the double, this will technically work. We see that 3.9585 is displaying. So we're able to access this double value from our ns string. But I like to be very explicit here, and some of you have pointed this out, that double here is a little redundant, but I actually, by using this double keyword here, which is actually the double class, we're going to be able to insert our double value that we're getting back from our ns string, which we've gotten from this Objective-C type. And I'm actually going to say, okay, make sure and convert this over to my Swift double here. So it's a little bit of an extra step here, but it's going to ensure that the double you're getting back is going to properly work the way you would expect Swift code to work. So I like to be very explicit. I don't want any potential bugs to come from this. It is a little bit of an extra step, but we're going to figure out later on that we're going to be able to use these keywords like double and int in order to create this these types in the future, or instances of this type. Now, what we're doing here is we're really kind of hacking this a little bit. We're going over to Objective-C, and then we're coming back, and it's not my favorite solution, right? I really wish Apple had just given us a double value that we could use on our string. Right now that doesn't exist. Maybe in the future Apple will write this nice functionality for us and they'll really help us out. But for right now, this is how we have to convert strings into doubles, and hopefully you were able to follow along. Now the final thing we want to do here is prove that we can actually update the double value from string the same way we did with our optional to int up here. So let's say double value from string is equal to double value from string, and let's just try adding a number with a decimal. We can add 3.85, and let's see if this prints out. So we're now able to add another Swift double to our current double here and update the value of double value from string. In this video, we're going to start learning about some shorthand, and you're going to see shorthand used all over programming languages, be it Swift, be it picking up Ruby, any other computer programming language you pick up, because developers really hate typing when we don't have to, right? We love shortcuts. That's just kind of part of being a developer. So I'm going to show you a little bit of shorthand we can use when we're updating the value of a variable here. So let's take optional to int as our first example. Right now we're saying optional to int plus 3 is equal to, right, optional to int. Well, this is such a common thing to do to update the value of a variable. We have a little bit of shorthand here. And all we have to do is type plus equals 3, and that is the equivalent of typing optional to int is equal to optional to int plus 3. So it's really common to see this plus equals 3. It's just saying add 3 to the value of optional to int, right? And update this value of optional to int. We see that it's 12 now, so it's still appearing properly in our printout over here. So if we take a look down here at our double value from string, we can also make updates to double value from string. So we see that it's plus 3.85. So all we'd have to do is type plus equals 3.85, and once again we get the same printout. Now this works with subtraction, division, and multiplication. We can go up here and we could type something like minus equals 3, and we're going to see 6. You can see divide equals 3, and you could even do multiplication, right? So we're able to do our 4 main types of operators using this divide equals, plus equals, minus equals, or multiply is equals. So if you see this in the future, all we're doing is we're updating the value of our variable, and we're doing an operation on it with itself based upon the value we supply, be it an integer or a double. In this video, we're going to be learning about constants, and to create a constant, we're going to be using the let keyword. Perhaps you even saw my previous little typo where I used the let keyword accidentally for let string to equal world. Total mistype on my part. Well, now we're going to actually be able to figure out what that meant. And if you were confused, hopefully you were able to just use var or let and your code worked just fine. But let basically is a constant. And a constant means we can't change the value of the keyword, be it string 2. We're not able to update string 2 after we've created it. So let's see how this works. So we're going to just do some refactoring in our project here to figure out when let would be valid and when it would be invalid. So string 1 is going to be changing here. So if we change this to let, we're going to see that we get an error here. And it's going to say, cannot assign to let value string 1, which means that we can't update a constant here, where we can't update its value. So we're going to leave that. Hello world string, once again, right? If we change this to let, we're going to get some errors here because we're updating the value of hello world string. So we're going to leave that as a variable. But for first character, we're not going to be updating it. So we can make this a constant. Same thing goes with var x, new string, double value, new double value string, right? These can all be constants because we're not updating it. This goes for number string to int. Now we can't do this for optional to int, right? Because we're going to be updating this down here. So we need to leave this as a variable. And we can do this for a double string as well. So constants, once again, just means we're not going to be changing the value later on. This leads to code that is more easily readable for developers coming in and checking out your code, and for yourself when you're going to go back and check out code. If you see a constant, it's not going to change anywhere else in your code, as opposed to a variable where you have to think, okay, this might be updated in the future. I wouldn't get too wrapped up in this, right? Try to use constants when possible, but often you're just going to drop the variable keyword in, and then you can go back and do some refactoring later, right? So don't get super caught up in this. Definitely, it's really useful and it's a good practice, but getting things to work and then going back and doing refactoring is a much better practice, in my opinion. Now, the other thing I want to mention is that a constant will be slightly more performance savvy as opposed to a variable, because a constant is immutable, so the computer program doesn't need to allocate quite as many resources to the potential for this changing and needing more memory space in the future. Now it's time to practice all of the things we've been learning about variables and constants and converting integers to strings and strings to integers in an actual project, right? So that this actually has some meaning. We can see why we would do these things. So let's go ahead and create a new Xcode project. And this time we're going to create a new Xcode project, not a playground. And we're going to choose iOS application, single view application. And we're going to go ahead and select next. And we're going to call this shoe size converter or shoe converter. And we're going to say that the organization is going to be bitfound, io.bitfound, right? Feel free to use your own organization name or your name. Again, self.edu if you don't have your own URL. And we're going to choose language will be the Swift, and our device will be universal, even though we're only going to be testing on the iPhone. And again, we're not really going to be worrying about spacing and sizing inside of this application. This isn't really meant to be a beautiful application. This is really meant to make sure we understand the Swift code we've been practicing. We'll get to beautiful applications really in the later sections in the course when we're ready to look at bigger, more full-scale applications. So let's go ahead and press next. And I am going to create a Git repository. I'm also going to put this on my desktop so I can create it here. I prefer to just create my projects on my desktop. Maybe you have a folder you're going to save these into. Feel free to save it there. So I'm going to create this thing. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my storyboard and I'm going to select my view controller scene here. I'm going to close my left panel for a little bit just while I start working on this. I'm actually just going to leave this as any. You can switch this if you want to a compact size. You can even just, set this for the iPhone and portrait, but any, and we'll just do the size spacing ourselves. So I'll show you what sizes I'm going to use in order to place the 5S or 6, whichever phone you'd like to deploy it to is fine as well. Once again, we're not really too worried with screen sizes. As long as we can see these elements and test it, that's the important part. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to drop in a label, and let's change the title of this label. We can do that in our attributes inspector here, and let's call this men shoe conversion. Actually, let's call this men's shoes conversion. And let's go ahead and enlarge our label so we can see the full thing here. I'm just going to leave this in the upper left-hand corner here, and I can use my blue guiding lines to kind of place it properly. And let's add a button. We can just drop a button kind of in the right-hand corner here. I'm going to kind of do this towards the center because I'm going to be deploying this to my iPhone. And let's give this a title convert. I can just double click in, or I could have changed this inside of the attributes inspector as well here. And we need a text field. So let's go ahead and search for a text field in our object library. We can drag a text field in. And let's enlarge this. And let's give it some placeholder text. We're going to say, enter US shoe size here. And let's also go ahead and change the keyboard. Now, if we scroll down, we see that there's a keyboard type when the attributes inspector selected. And let's change this to a number pad. Right, so the user won't accidentally enter in other characters. We're also going to want to add an additional label here. And let's go ahead and drag this in. And let's enlarge this. And we'll say that this is going to be the converted label. And let's set this initially to be hidden. So we'll scroll down here and we'll find the hidden property and we'll select it. And I'll kind of gray it out here to show that it's being hidden. And then let's add one additional label below this. And this will just be a warning to any potential users that they should only use whole numbers. So we'll type in use whole numbers only. And we can space this a little bit more. We'll just give ourselves a little bit of space to work with. And we next need to hook up all these UI elements to our view controller. So let's go back to the assistant editor. So we're going to open up our project navigator here, the navigator side here, and we're going to hold down the Alt key and press on viewcontroller.swift. And then I'm going to close both these panels so I can properly see my storyboard and my view controller side by side here. So the first thing I'm going to hook up is my text field, and I'm going to do that right inside of here. And I'm going to hold down the control key and drag into my view controller. Release. I'm going to choose outlet. And the name will be men's shoe size text field. And I can connect this up. And we're going to once again see our IB outlet here. It's going to be weak storage, a variable. Our name is men's shoe size text field. And it's a UI text field. We have this exclamation point. Now that we've learned about optionals, we know that we're unwrapping an optional here, right? And the next thing we want to hook up is our converted label. So let's go ahead and select this one. This one's the one that's initially hidden. And we can control drag once again in here. And this one is going to be called men's converted shoe size label. And we're going to make this an outlet. This is going to be of type UI label, and the storage will be weak, and we can connect this up as well. And finally, let's select our convert button, and we're going to make this an IB action. So we're going to hold down the control key and drag in here. And let's make this an action. And we're going to call this convert button pressed. And we'll make this of type UI button. The event type will be touch up inside, and the arguments will be sender here. And we'll make this an action. So we can connect this up. And inside of here is where we'll write our code. So let's just go back to the single view again. I know this is opening and closing panels quite a bit, but hopefully that's not too difficult. And the more you do it, the quicker it should be. So we actually want our label to update with the information from our men's shoe size text field, whatever size we input. And we're going to update it by some sort of conversion constant. It'll be 30. We'll add 30 to whatever US shoe size we enter. And that will give us our, our European shoe size. Now, some people have commented that 30 is not like the golden number here. I read that on a website. If that isn't accurate, feel free to use a different conversion constant. Definitely you can make this code your own always. And feel free to post if you use something different. So that's always cool to hear back from you guys. So we're going to make a constant first here. We're going to say let size from text field equal men's shoe size text field dot text. And this is just grabbing the string value from our men's shoe size text field. We're accessing the text property. And we're setting that equal to a constant name size from text field. And then we can create an integer or an integer optional here. We're going to say let number from text field equal size from text field dot toInt. This is an optional, so remember that we have to unwrap this. So we're going to say integer from, var integer from text field equal number from text field, and we'll add that exclamation point at the end. And this will unwrap our optional. Remember, our optional can be nil or actually have a value. So we're going to say, okay, well, we're going to get the value back here, and we're going to unwrap the optional, and we're going to set that equal to the variable name integer from text field. And we're going to make this a variable because we're going to be updating this value integer from text field in order to update our label. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a constant here, and we're going to say let conversion constant equal 30. And then we can use our literal syntax to update integer from text field. We'll say integer from text field plus equals conversion constant. So update the value of the integer from the text field and add 30 to it, right? Add our conversion constant to it. And remember that this is the same thing as saying integer from text field equals integer from text field plus the conversion constant. And then we want to unhide our label. So we're going to say men's converted shoe size label dot hidden. We're going to set this equal to false. Remember, this is going to unhide our label because we set it initially to be hidden inside of our storyboard. And then we can use string interpolation. So we're going to say let string with updated shoe size equal and we can say integer from text field. And remember that this is going to go ahead and convert our integer into a string here. And with a string, we can then update our labels text property. So we're going to be able to say men's converted shoe size label dot text is equal to string with updated shoe size. All right. So let's just go over our code one more time, just in case you're a little bit confused about what's going on here. The first thing we do when we press our convert button is going to be to get a constant, and we're going to say that that's going to be the size from our text field. And this is going to be a string because we're going to access the men's shoe size text field's text property, even though we're going to be only entering in digits because we switch this over to a number pad. And then we're going to get an optional here, and this is going to be number from text field. Again, this is a constant. And we're going to convert our string to this optional using the toInt function. And then we can unwrap this optional by saying integer from text field is equal to number from text field and add this exclamation point at the end. We're then going to create a constant named conversion constant, and we're going to set that value equal to 30. And then we're going to update the value of integer from text field using our conversion constant by saying integer from text field plus equals conversion constant. Remember, this is just our shorthand here. Then we can unhide our label. So we're going to say men's converted shoe size label dot hidden is equal to false. And then we can create a string from our integer using our string interpolation, saying let string with updated shoe size equal. And then we use, remember, our backslash in our parentheses, and we can input our integer in here, and this will convert it to a string. And then finally, we can update our label here. We're going to say men's converted shoe size label dot text is equal to string with updated shoe size. Now let's see if this works. Let's go ahead and run our application. I'm going to run this in the iPhone 6. You could also run this in the 5S. That'd probably work pretty good too. And let's click in here. We see that our number pad comes up. So let's add a 9 here, and we can press convert, and we should see 39 come up because we've added 30, which was our constant, to the digit that we added here. Now, if you want to get really fancy, you could add some additional functionality. Maybe you clear your text field. Maybe you add some additional functionality where the keyboard goes away after you click convert. But for now, we're actually able to practice all the concepts that we've learned in our last set of videos and last set of lectures as well. Now, there's a little bit of a warning here in our console that appears. It says cannot find keyplane that supports type 4 for keyboard. And basically, this is just a little bit of a bug that's from Apple. Hopefully, they'll fix this in their newer versions of Xcode. But this shouldn't have any effect on your ability to use a simulator or, the way in which your computer program is going to work. In this video, we're going to do some refactoring so that we can figure out how we can clean up a bunch of this code and make this much more concise. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a return here right above the conversion constant here, and we're going to see how we can rewrite these 3 lines of code into a single line of code. So let's create a constant here, and we're going to say let size from text field equal, and this is going to cause an error here, so let's just quickly comment out these 3 lines of code. We can use our quick comment, and now we can use size from text field again. Before we had the error where size from text field was already created above. So we can convert this all into a single line of code by saying men's shoe size text field dot text dot toInt, and we can add our exclamation point at the end here. And notice how clean that is. Notice that that's basically incorporating all 3 lines of code here, all the functionality we're doing, into a single line. And this is kind of how we can chain things in Swift. It's super cool using this dot notation. We first get back the text, then we're going to convert it to an integer, and this is an optional, so we need to unwrap it, so we just put the exclamation point at the end. We can also practice doing some additional refactoring. At the bottom here, I'll just do this above the code so we don't need to comment this code out, and we can update our text property here. Actually, we need the hidden thing, so we can put that right here. By saying that the men's converted shoe size label is going to be .text is equal to, and we'll put some quotes here, and first we'll pass in our size from text field, and we can add our conversion constant here. Notice that this is the first time we're seeing this. We can actually add two values inside of some string interpolation here. So because these are both integers, we can add them together, and then it will convert it into a string for us. And then we can also add some sort of identifier at the end here. We didn't do this before, but we can add this now, and we could say something like in European shoe size. And then we can just delete this code out. So we were able to reduce the number of lines of code we've had in our project by quite a bit. We still needed to keep our conversion constant here, although we could have just hard-coded this and written 30 and deleted this line of code too. I kind of like to define this constant here, because if we ever want to change this or update this, we just have to change this number instead of kind of going into our code and reading everything over again. We can remove our commented code out at the top here, and we see how clean this code looks now. Let's try running our application to make sure it still works with our refactor. So let's try entering a number in here. We choose 5 this time, and we see 35 in European shoe size. Maybe we add a space here, so you could add a space right here, or you could add a space at the end here. Either way would work, and that way we would no longer see, the two number and text side by side. Let's try one more. We could do 2, and that looks great. So now we want to add a women's shoe size converter, and we're going to be using doubles instead of integers, so we can practice converting strings to doubles and just doing this whole process over again in case you were a little confused about the last section. Maybe you didn't fully understand all of the lectures we had for strings. This will just be another chance to practice everything. So we're going to move our use whole numbers label down, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add an additional text field. And let's just drag this into our project. And once again, let's add some placeholder text. We can say enter US shoe size here. And we can move this down just a bit. We're also going to want to add a label above this. And this label is going to say women's shoe conversion. And we also are going to need a button. Now, why don't I just copy this convert button? Well, this button's already hooked up, so if I copy it, it's going to also copy this connection. So I'm just going to drag in a brand new button here. And we can call this convert as well. And I'm also going to just shift up this label a tiny bit, but I'm also going to want to add an additional label below this. So let's search for a label again. And we're also going to call this converted label. And we're going to set its initial state in the attributes inspector to be hidden. So we'll just check this hidden box here. Now that we have all these items, let me just shift these down a tiny bit here. Let's connect up our label, our text field, and our button to the view controller. So we're going to hold down the Alt key and press on viewcontroller.swift. And I'm going to close out my panels for just a minute here. And the first thing we're going to hook up here is our text field. So let's hook up our women's shoe size text field. And then let's hook up our label. So we're going to say women's converted shoe size label. And then let's finally add an IB action at the bottom here. So we can say, well, we don't want to call this convert button pressed. So let's call this convert women's shoe size button pressed. Very long but very explicit name here. And let's make sure we make this an action, not an outlet. And we can make the type any button, or UI button, excuse me. And we're going to choose event touch up inside and the sender for our arguments here. And we can press connect. And now let's go back to single view here. I'm going to open and close my panels here. Let's go over to viewcontroller.swift. And inside of my IB action here, we're going to go ahead and add some code. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to write this code. Instead of breaking it all out, we're going to use our shorthand here, or the way we were able to add a bunch of code into a single line so we can practice that. However, we're actually going to first need to get a double. We're going to have to use our special double conversion. So let's type in let size from text field equal double, and we're going to do 2 parentheses here, and we're going to write women's shoe size text field dot text as and a string. Then we're going to do dot double value, and we'll add our last parenthesis here. So remember, this is the way we were able to convert a string into a double before. We had to use this as keyword, and we said dot as and a string. Then we were able to do dot double value here, and this gave us the double value for our string. And we were able to get this because this is an and a string from Objective-C. And then we were able to confirm that this is going to be a Swift type by saying double and adding these outer parentheses here. So with this double in hand, we can now go ahead and add our conversion constant. So we're going to say let conversion constant equal 30.5. And then we're going to unhide our label. So we're going to say women's converted shoe size label dot hidden is going to be equal to false. So we're just accessing the hidden property. We're going to set this equal to false, which means unhide the label. And then finally, we can update our text here. So we're going to say women's converted shoe size label dot text is going to be equal to, and we're going to pass in size from text field. And because we're in these parentheses, we can also add an additional double. So we're going to say plus conversion constant. And then finally, we can add an additional string, and we can say space in European shoe size. Now, we could also just make this one long string here like this. This would be completely valid as well. But I'm just showing off the idea that we can add 2 strings together. So hopefully that will reinforce that idea. Now, why did we have to make this size from our text field a double? Well, we're going to be adding the conversion constant, which is going to be a double here, 30.5, a number with a decimal. So we wanted to make our size from our text field be a double as well. Now, the other thing I want to point out here is when we learned about valid variable names, we said that we shouldn't reuse a variable name. So size from text field and size from text field are the same name here. Why isn't this causing a problem? Well, they're in different functions. So we can reuse a variable name if it's in a different function. So in between these curly braces, we can only have let size from text field once, but because we're in a new series of curly braces, we can reuse size from text field. So that's completely valid. Let's run our application here and let's click in. Oh, we forgot to change the text fields type here. That's my fault. So let's go ahead into our storyboard and make sure we have the women's shoe conversion text field selected here. And in our attributes inspector, let's just go ahead and change the keyboard type. We'll select number pad. And we can rerun our application here. And let's click in. Oh, now we got some numbers. So let's choose 8 and we can convert this. And it's 38.5 in, well, the label's getting cut off a little bit. So we can also just enlarge our label. So once again, our storyboard, just open this up a little bit more. And let's rerun this. And now everything should appear properly. So we can press 5 and convert. And it now appears nicely. So we have another challenge again. This is going to be very similar to the shoe converter we just did, but we're going to really let you do this yourself. Hopefully you're going to be able to figure out, how to convert values and grab information from a text field. Maybe you'll add a few add-ons, like maybe you'll make the keyboard dismiss when you press the button. There's a few things you can do on your own. Maybe you'll change some label text color, but what we're really requiring here is that you get the image view in here. We're going to provide you with the image asset. Go to the Downloads tab and you can grab it. Should be fairly obvious. If you have any questions, feel free to post on the forums about this. When you enter a number into the text field, so hopefully this is an indicator that you're going to want to change the keyboard for this text field. You're going to want to convert the number that we put in here for human years into dog years. So you're just going to multiply that number by 7 and you're going to want to display it on this label here on the top. So this is what your storyboard should look like. I really hope you're able to implement this yourself, but we're also going to provide a solution video in case you can't figure out how to do it on your own. No problem. Everyone's kind of at a different level. If you need the solution video, maybe you watch it once, you come back, and then you solve it out on your own. So let's figure out how to solve the Age of Leica challenge. Hopefully you read through the text and watched the intro video. You kind of meant to do both side by side. And what we're going to do here is we're going to figure out how to solve this. So I've gone ahead and I've opened up Xcode here, and we're going to create a new Xcode project. And we're going to make this a single view application. Now, notice I've already gone ahead and downloaded the image asset you're going to need for this project onto my desktop. If this is in your downloads folder, that's completely fine. You can go ahead and copy it in from your downloads folder. So we're going to choose iOS application, single view application. Go ahead and press next. And I'm going to go ahead and call this Age of Leica. And we're going to make this bitfountain.io is my organization, organization identifier. Maybe yours is self.edu. Language is going to be Swift. We're doing all of our programming in Swift. And our device will be for the iPhone. So let's go ahead and press next. And I'm going to go ahead and initialize this with a Git repository because I want to be able to share my code with other people. And we can go ahead and, enlarge our project here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drag in my image. Let's just get that in there at the beginning. Remember to copy items if needed. We're going to create groups. There is no group here, but in the future, there will be. And we're going to add to targets. This is a really important, Age of Leica. So we can press finish, and we now have our image asset. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to set up our storyboard. We're going to do the iPhone, and we're going to do the 4-inch screen again. It's just a really nice screen size to choose for now. Again, in the future, we'll figure out how to do more screen sizes, but we're focusing on coding for now. So let's go ahead and we're going to select our view controller here. Let's set its size to iPhone 4-inch screen. Let's set the orientation to be portrait. And the first thing we're going to need for our views here is an image view. So we can go ahead and search for that. Let's drag this into the bottom here. And let's shrink this. We need some space to add some other elements here. But, let's try to get this to actually be a nice square, right? Our image asset's a square. So let's do 320 by 320 and line this up like so. So the other thing we're going to need here, well, we're going to need a label in order to display our information. So let's go ahead and search for a label. And we can drag this right into the top here. And let's go ahead and enlarge this. And we can call this dog ears. Now, hopefully we're not putting too much information in here. But I always just like to enlarge the labels given the space in case they go larger than we expect. And we're also going to need a text field. So let's drag that in. And let's enlarge this. And I'm going to give myself a little bit of space. Later on, we're going to be putting another label down here. Not in this challenge, but in a future challenge. And let's go ahead and add a button. And we can put this here. And let's go ahead and give this button a name. We can call this convert to dog ears. And let's give this a little bit more space here. Make this a little bit larger. Maybe we can center this up too. That looks nicer. So we now have everything in here. Let's go ahead and just adjust our text field. We're going to want to add some placeholder text. So we're going to say enter human years here. And let's change the keyboard while we're at it. We're going to make this a number pad. We only want the user to be able to enter numbers. And we now need to hook up all of our elements to our view controller. So we're going to hold down the Alt key and press on viewcontroller.swift. And let's hook up our UI elements first before we get to our action. So let's hook up our label first. And we can call this dog ears label. And this is going to be a UI label. It can only be an outlet, right? We can't have an action for our label. And the storage type will be weak. Connect that. Let's add a return. And let's also hook up our text field here. So this is going to be enter human years text field, and we can connect this up. Now, you might ask yourself, do I need to hook up this image view? Well, we could change the image property of our image view in code, but the much easier way here is to just select our image view, and let's use the drop down and select Age of Leica. So we now have a nice graphic to go along with our project. This is just kind of for, nice design purposes, get a little action into our application. So let's hook up our button, and we're going to make this an action. And let's call this convert to dog ears button pressed. Notice the naming convention here, right? We're going to make sure that we add this press at the end to make sure that, other developers know this is absolutely an action or, a function that's going to occur when we press our button. And its type, well, we can change this to UI button. We can leave this as any object. Doesn't make any difference. We're not going to be using it. Event is touch up inside, and the argument is going to be center. So let's connect this up. And now we've successfully, set up our storyboard and hooked everything up. So in our next video, we're going to figure out how do we grab information from our text field and update our label appropriately. Now let's solve the coding portion of the Age of Leica challenge. And to do so, we're going to need to write our code in the viewcontroller.swift file. And specifically, we're going to be writing our code inside of the convert to dog ears button pressed function. So the first line of code we're going to write here is we're going to access the text from the text field. And we're just going to kind of break this out. We're not going to do the shortened version because for some of you, it might be easier to visualize doing each one of these steps individually rather than just kind of doing everything at once. So, these challenges, you don't have to always solve them the optimal way. Get them solved and then check out the solution video. Maybe you can figure out a better way to optimize your solution. So that's what these videos are for. So we're going to say let string from text field equal enter human years text field dot text, and we're just creating a constant that's a string here named string from text field, and we're getting the text from our enter human years text field. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say let optional int from text field equal string from text field dot to int, and this is going to return an optional. So remember, optionals can be nil or have a value. And then we want to unwrap it. So we're going to say let int from optional equal optional int from text field, and we'll add that exclamation point at the end. So we now have an integer, and we can do some sort of logic. Specifically, we're going to do some multiplication logic on this. So we're going to say dog ears label dot text is equal to, and we'll do our string interpolation here. So we're going to do int from optional times 7, and then we can add another string to this, and we're just going to say human years, and maybe we'll add a space here so the number and the text aren't right next to one another. So let's go ahead and run our application here and give this thing a whirl. Let's go ahead and enter a number in. Let's say our dog is 4. How many years is this? Well, this is going to be 28 human years. Well, there's 2 additional things we can do to make this application look a little bit better. And we're going to go into our storyboard here, and let's set our dog years label to be hidden initially. And then in our view controller, we can go and unhide this. So we're going to say dog years label dot hidden is equal to false. And the final thing we could do is we could just practice removing our keyboard from our screen when we press the convert button. Now this isn't really required, but we could say enter human years text field dot resign first responder. And let's try running this one more time. We see that our label is currently hidden here, and we can enter a number in. So let's enter 6 this time, and we'll convert, and we see now the keyboard goes away as well. Now we want to learn about control flow, and in order to do so, we're going to create a new Xcode playground. So we're going to go to Xcode, and we're going to select Get Started with a Playground, and we're going to call this control flow, and we're going to make sure we choose iOS as the platform here. We go ahead and press Next. And we'll add this to our desktop, so we'll press create here. And we can go ahead and enlarge our playground as well. So we're going to be learning about if statements in this video lecture. And if states allow us to dynamically evaluate code based upon some sort of comparison. So we could say if this is greater than that, if this is less than that, or if this is the same as that, or equal to, we say. So in order to get started with this, we're going to first go ahead and create a few constants here. So we'll say let truck speed equal 45. And we'll also create another constant. We'll say let Lambo speed equal 120. Lamborghinis go a little bit faster than trucks. And then we can say var my speed, and we're going to specify that it's going to be an integer. Now, this is a little bit new. we need to use type annotation here to specify that my speed is going to be an integer because we're not immediately going to give it a value. We're going to assign the value of my speed later. So if we just throw var my speed, Apple has no idea what type my speed should be. So we have to give it a type here because we're not giving it a value, right? If we gave it a value, we set it equal to 0, Apple could then infer the type. But we don't want to do that yet. We don't want to give it a value yet, so we'll assign it a value later. So we're just going to write :int. Now we're going to write an if statement here, and we'll say if my speed is less than 70, we're going to use that less than operator here. We're going to print line, and we'll say keep cruising. And then we'll just add an else statement below this, and we'll say else, and we'll say print line, and we'll say slow down, police ahead. And we have a little bit of an error here. It says variable my speed used before being initialized. So it's basically saying right now we need to give my speed a value. So for now, let's just say my speed is equal to 55. And we'll be able to change this in just a second. Now let's go ahead and just open this up a little bit more. We see keep cruising is now printing here. And that's what a print line statement does. Now in Xcode, when we're actually building a project, when we use print line and we run our application, we'll actually be able to see this statement in our console. Whereas right now, it's just appearing in this right-hand panel over here for us. So in just a second, we'll open up an Xcode project so that I can show you what that looks like when we actually create a print line statement to appear in our console. Now, before we get to that, let's go ahead and try out a different value for my speed. So let's set this equal to 80. And now slow down police ahead is appearing inside of our right hand panel over here. So what this is going to do is this if statement tests if my speed is less than 70, the code inside of these curly braces will evaluate. And if this statement is not true, our else statement will evaluate. And everything inside of these curly braces will go ahead and work. So in this case, all it's doing is it's going to add this code or this string to our right-hand panel over here. Now, how would this work if we actually did this in Xcode? Well, let's just go ahead and quickly copy our code here so we don't have to retype this whole thing out. I'm just going to use Command-C to copy it quickly. And we can exit out of this. And then we can exit out of this playground. And let's just quickly create a new Xcode project. We're going to select create a new Xcode project here. And we'll just choose iOS application, single view application. We can choose next. And we can also name this control flow. And then maybe we'll do -Xcode. And we can just leave our other default options. Hopefully this is just defaulting this way as you've created quite a few projects in here already. We go ahead and press next. And we can create this without a Git repository. I don't plan on pushing this up to Git. If you want to push it up, feel free to leave that checked. We can press create. Now we're going to go over to view.did.load inside of the view controller .swift file, and we haven't really talked about view.did.load yet. So view.did.load is a function that's called when the view that's associated with it is first loaded onto the screen. And since this is a single view application, there's only one view controller and only one view we're managing in the storyboard. Right? In our postcard app, we had two different views, but right now we only have one view in our storyboard. So we can add additional code inside of the curly braces here. We'll get into what all this different syntax means, but we've seen curly braces before when we've had IB action functions. So we can do some additional setup after loading the view. This is what this comment tells us. So we can just paste in our code here. And we're going to see that this is going to work just fine. We are going to actually get a little bit of warning here, and it says will never be executed. And that's basically saying that right now my speed is 80, so there's no chance of this code being executed. It's a cool little warning that Xcode provides. It appears that the playground isn't currently telling us. So if we switch this back to 55, we're going to see the opposite, right? It's going to say this will never be executed. So if we go ahead and run our application here, doesn't matter what simulator we pick, we're going to be able to see this print line statement and see why I added a print line statement instead of just maybe writing a string or whatever. So we see keep cruising is now printing to what we call our console, which is this bottom area here. You can open and close the console again with this button. And if you want to enlarge this area, you can press this button here. And when we add additional print line statements, we can add another one below here. Print line, we can type something like hello world. This will also print out to our console. So we're going to find out that print line statements are really important when you're trying to figure out what lines of code are running, and you're going to be able to print out variables. They're going to be super handy in terms of being able to understand what's going on with your code. So we're back in our control flow playground project, and we're going to be learning about booleans in this video. Now, we've seen bools before when we updated the hidden property of our labels. We were able to set that to true and false, and that's what a boolean is. It can be in two states. It can be true or false. And we're going to learn about two additional tests we can do with control flow, and specifically we're going to be learning about the is equal to or is not equal to test. So we're going to first create a boolean. So we're going to say let is television on equal true. And this is just creating a boolean whose name is television on, and it's a constant here. We're not going to be updating this. And we're using this naming convention of is television on. That kind of sounds like a question. So it's saying, is this true or false? Then we can learn about doing some tests. We're going to do a comparison here. So we're going to say if is television on equal true, and we'll say print line, we'll say make sure to turn it off when you are done, and then we'll add an else statement below this, and we'll say else print line, and we'll say do you want to use this now? So what we're doing here is we're going to test to see if is television on is equal to true. And if it is true, the code in here will evaluate. And if it isn't, then the second bit of code inside of our else statement will evaluate. So if we set this to false, we'll now see the second print line statement occur. Now we can also check to see if it is not equal to true. We can switch this. And in order to do so, we add what's called a bang. This is an exclamation point here. Bang sounds pretty cool, and you'll often hear it in computer programming languages, so you can often think of exclamation points as bangs, but essentially we're just going to do exclamation point equal sign, and this basically says if is television does not equal true. If it's false, then yes, of course, the first line is going to print out here, and then if we switch this back to true, we'll see our second line of code print out, right? Because it's saying if this does not equal true, right? Basically, if this is equal to false, then we can print the first statement. So the second line of statement is in fact true. So we're getting close to wrapping up control flow. We next need to learn about else if statements and how we can combine if statements together using the or and operator. We're also going to figure out that we have access to less than or equal to and greater than or equal to as well. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and create an additional variable, and we're going to say var my friend's speed is equal to 90. And we can join or add an additional constraint onto our if statement here by using double ampersand, and we can say my friend's speed, and we can say if this is less than or equal to 90, go ahead and print this first thing out. Now we see here right now my speed is equal to 80, so both of these statements must evaluate to true in order for the first line of code to evaluate here. Otherwise our else statement is going to evaluate. So if we change my speed and we set it equal to less than 70, this first line of code will now print, or the code inside of my if statement, because we've said that if my speed is less than 70, and my speed is currently 60, and my friend's speed is less than or equal to 90, and right now my friend's speed is in fact equal to 90, go ahead and print this out. Now we also have access to greater than or equal to. This is less than or equal to, so we could say if this is greater than or equal to 90, and again this is still going to work. And if we set this to 70, we're going to see that this is no longer going to be true, right? Because 70 is not greater than or equal to 90. We can also use the OR operator instead of the AND operator here. So it's going to be double lines here. And this is going to basically say if my speed is less than 70 or my friend's speed is greater than or equal to 90. If either one of these is true, go ahead and do the first line. Otherwise, do the second line. So we could make our second line of code evaluate if we changed my speed to be greater than 70. The final thing I want to show you in this video is how we can use else if to add additional arguments or comparisons. So let's just add an else if below this. We're going to say else if, and we can say my speed is greater than 90. And what this will allow us to do is it'll just allow us to make an additional test. So let's make my speed 100, and we'll add another print line statement, and my friend's not on the road anymore, but I'm going fast. And we'll see that this prints out. And the reason for that is because my speed is currently 100, so my speed is not less than 70, and my friend's speed is greater than 90. Well, I could even set my friend's speed equal to 0 right now, right? Because he's not on the road anymore. But my speed is in fact greater than 90, so the else statement won't trigger. So the way this works is it first looks at the first set of comparisons here, and it says, okay, is this true? And in our example, we're testing, is my speed less than 70, or is my friend's speed greater than or equal to 90? And because we're using the OR operator, if neither one of these is true, go on to the next test. So it says, okay, well, is my speed greater than 90? If that's true, go ahead and do this print line. And we can add additional else if, so we could say else if my speed is greater than 100, print line, I'm going really fast. And if we changed, my speed to be 101, we would see that this doesn't print because right now my speed is greater than 90 and it terminates. It doesn't go to the next line here. The only way we could get this line to evaluate is if this statement was not true. So we could just switch this. We could say, we could flip it the other way, and I'm going really fast would print out. And then if we flip this sign here, we could finally get our else statement to print out. So hopefully you can see that it keeps going until it finds one that's true. It evaluates the code inside of the curly braces and then terminates, and it'll move down here, right after the else. Now, we're not required to add an else. You don't have to have this. So in this case, no code would run because none of these statements are true right now. In this video, we're going to learn about numeric type conversion. So let's go ahead and create a new playground. So we're going to select get started with playground here. We're going to type in numeric type conversion. And let's go ahead and select next. And let's save this to our desktop. So we can just press create. And let's open this up. So numeric typing conversion is basically a fancy way of saying we can convert integers to doubles and doubles to integers. So in order to test this out, let's create two variables here. We're going to say var int value. I'm going to set this equal to 5. And then we can say var double value, and we can set this equal to 0.5. And then we can attempt to create a double from our integer. So we're going to say var sum of values, and we can set this equal to double. And we're going to say insert int value. We're going to add our double value to this. And this is going to be completely allowed, right? So if we attempt to just add our int value here, we would get an error, right? But because we've converted this to a double, we're able to properly add the two values together. So what's going on here? Well, we're using the struct named double, which is a type here. And we have these two parentheses, which will usually signal some sort of function that's going to be occurring here. In fact, this is actually an initializer, which is a function of sorts. And essentially what we're doing is we're inputting an integer value. And it basically takes this int value and it gives us a double back. Now, we've seen this before when we needed to convert a string into a double, right? We had that some sort of string value as NSString.doubleValue, and then we inserted that into our double here. So we're essentially doing the same thing again, except we're using an integer this time. So that was numeric type conversion, so is this. Now, we can also convert integers back to doubles. So let's create two additional variables. Our first variable we'll call second double value, and we'll set this equal to 1.5, and we'll say var second integer value, and we'll set this equal to 8. And then we can say var second sum of values, and we'll set this equal to int, and we'll pass in our second double value, and then we can add our second integer value. Now we're going to see when we do the conversion from our double to an integer here, it's just dropping off the decimal, it's not rounding it. And we're adding 8 to it, so we're able to now add two integers together, which gives us the value for sum of the second sum of values variable that we set up here. So with numeric type conversion, we're either going to use double and we're going to pass an int value here, or an int and we can pass in a double, and we can convert between the two types here. Welcome back. We've got another challenge for you. This is the Age of Leica with control flow challenge. And what we want you to do in this challenge is we want you to add another button to your storyboard, and we're going to say something like convert to real dog ears. And when you press this button, we're going to be using a different formula. And what this is going to force you to do is it's going to force you to use an if statement. And inside this if statement, we're going to determine if the age of the dog is greater than 2 years, or if the age of the dog is less than or equal to 2 years. And with this if statement, if the dog's age is greater than 2 years, we're going to first multiply the age of the person by 10.5 for the first 2 years. And then for every year after that, we're going to multiply the age by 4 for each year after. We're also going to have to use doubles here because we have the possibility of getting a decimal back. So that's worth noting. And in each case, we're going to be updating the label from the same button. So what that means is, either if we press the convert to dog years, it should update this label, or if we press our new button, we can also update this label as well. So this means we won't need to add a new label to our project. We only need to add a new button. And as usual with these things, if you're feeling overwhelmed or you're not sure how to move forward, feel free to take a look at the solution video. That's why we put them up there. The solution videos, I often include, tidbits and hints and, just kind of my thought process. They're not meant to be the only way to solve a problem, but there's certainly one way to do it. And, if you're stuck, it's a really useful way to keep moving through the material. You can then come back and try to resolve the challenge on your own. Now let's solve the Age of Leica with control flow challenge. And in order to get started, we're going to go ahead and open up our main.storyboard file. And I'm going to go ahead and just close this left panel, give myself a bit of space to work with. And we need to add an additional button to our project. So let's go ahead and just drag this in. And we're going to go ahead and call this convert to real dog ears. And we can center this up in our project here. And then we want to create an IB action from this button to our view controller. So let's go ahead and open up our left panel again. And we can hold down the Alt key and press on viewcontroller.swift. And we can close out these panels to give ourselves a bit of space to work with. And we're going to go ahead and hook up this button, convert to real dog ears, to our view controller. So we're going to hold down the control key and drag into our project here. And we're going to choose action. And we're going to make this of type UI button. And we're going to go ahead and call this function convert to real dog ears button pressed. And we're going to make sure the argument is sender, the event is touch up inside, it's an action, and the type is going to be UI button, and we can connect this. So let's go back to single view here, and we can open up our view controller. Don't need that bottom area, need our right area here. And we're going to go ahead and find our function convert to real dog ears button pressed. And this is where we're going to write our code. So for the first thing we want to do is we want to create a constant. We're going to say let string from text field equal enter human years text field dot text. And then we're going to make this into a double. So we're going to say let double from text field equal string from text field And then we want to convert this into a double. So we're going to do our double. We're going to add our double parentheses here. Then we're going to do as and a string. And then we're going to do dot double value. And then we're going to add our parenthesis here. So what are we doing here? Well, we're creating a constant. And this constant is going to be equal to the text property from our enter human years text field. And so this will be a string. And then what we're going to do is we're going to convert this string by specifying that we want it to be as and a string here. We're going to use Objective-C. And we're going to use the property double value. And we're going to pass this in using numeric type conversion to our double here. So we'll get a Swift double back. And we'll be able to have the double from text field. Then what we can do is we can create a variable. So we're going to say var real dog years double. But we won't assign a value to it yet. We're going to use some control flow here. So we'll say if double from text field is greater than 2, we'll add some curly braces. We'll say real dog years is equal to, and then we'll do an equation here. We'll say 10.5 times 2, and we'll do plus double from text field, and we'll do minus 2 times 4. So this is basically saying, okay, if the double from our text field that we were able to convert earlier, if it's greater than 2, we're going to now assign a value to real dog years, and the value is going to be 10.5 times 2 for the first 2 years, so it'll be 21 years. And then we're going to say plus for each additional years, we're going to subtract 2. So let's say it's 4, it'll be 4 minus 2, which is 2. And we'll multiply that value by 4. Then we'll add an else statement below this in case the double from text field is less than 2. And in this case, we'll just say real dog years equals double from text field times 10.5. Finally, we want to update our label. So we'll say dog years label dot text is equal to, and we'll use our string interpolation here. So we'll pass in real dog years, and then we can add another string to this. So we'll add space real human years. And if we wanted to, we could also tell the keyboard to go away. So we could say enter human years text field dot resign first responder. Now there's one final bit of code that we want to write here, and that's we just want to unhide our label before we show it. So let's write dog years label dot hidden, and we'll set this equal to false. So let's go ahead and run our application here. And let's go ahead and enter a value. And let's convert this to real dog years. And we're going to see the real human years appear at the top here. So congratulations on solving the challenge. If you had to use the solution, don't worry about it. I would recommend if you did use the solution video, you go back and you try to solve it on your own now. We now want to learn about for loops, and in order to do that, we're going to start a new playground project here. So we're going to select get started with the playground, and this time we can call this for loops, and we're going to make sure we choose iOS as the platform here. We can go ahead and press next, and let's create this on our desktop. So we can enlarge our playground here, and the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to learn about what a for loop is. Now, a for loop basically allows a computer program to repeat something again and again. So this is what we call a loop. There are several different types of loops. There's while loops, do while loops, but for loops are one of the most common ways to achieve a goal of looping over a bit of code over and over again. So we're going to get started creating our first for loop. The first thing we're going to do here is we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call this meditation hours, and we're going to set its value equal to 1. And then we're going to use this for keyword, and we're going to say for meditation hours, semicolon. And this is kind of new. We haven't really used the semicolon yet. So this is just going to be a way we're going to break up our code. And then we're going to say meditation hours is less than 100. And then we can say meditation hours is equal to meditation hours plus 1. And then we can add some curly braces here. We can even go ahead and shrink this a little bit so we can see this in line. And then we'll just add a print line statement. And we'll say print line. We can say something like, I am getting more enlightened. So what are we doing here? Well, we first create a variable and we set its initial value equal to 1 and the variable's name is meditation hours. Then what we do is we use this for keyword, and right after that we have to specify the variable that we're going to be using or testing in our for loop. And this variable that we're going to be testing has an initial value that's going to be equal to 1. So that's what we're saying here, that meditation hours is going to start at 1. And then we add the semicolon so we can add an additional argument here. And this argument says that meditation hours must be less than 100. So if meditation hours is equal to 100 or greater than 100, no longer loop through the code we have specified in these curly braces. Terminate the for loop. Then we add another semicolon and we say meditation hours is equal to meditation hours plus 1. And this is basically saying that, okay, each time we go through our for loop, we're going to start off with the value equal to 1. We're going to go ahead and add 1 to meditation hours. So we see that right now this bit of code is running 99 times. Well, we could even go a step farther. We could actually print out the value of meditation hours. So we could add an additional print line. Notice that we can do multiple lines of code inside of our curly braces here. And we see that this once again prints 99 times. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and press this little white circle here and we can see value history. This will go ahead and open up our console here. Now be a little careful. If you overload the console, your playground might crash. So we want to be a little bit careful about that. But we can see here that I'm getting it more enlightened is printing out to our console. And then we see the number 1. And this should iterate all the way down to 99. And we see that it reiterates all the way down to 99 here. So this is a really cool way that we can actually see our print statements when they don't actually appear in this right panel for us. So we can close this out. I want to show you a slightly different way that we can write our for loop here. And the second way is going to be a little bit more common than the first. So I'm going to use a quick comment here so we can use the same variable names here. I just highlighted my code, held down the command key and pressed /. And this time we're going to actually create our variable inside of our for loop. So we're going to say for var meditation hours equals 1. Meditation hours must be less than 100. And then we can say meditation, semicolon, meditation hours plus plus. We can add another set of curly braces here. And then we can say something like print line. We can say I am getting, we need quotes here. I am getting more enlightened. So hopefully that's a true statement. We see that once again, it's coming out 99 times here. So this for loop is running 99 times again. And we can also see that once again, we're starting off with meditation hours is going to be equal to 1. We're also seeing that meditation hours must be less than 100. Now, in our previous example, we specified the variable ahead of time. We said var meditation hours is equal to 1. But we see that to shorten this up a little bit, we can actually add that into our for loop. And this is much more common to do than the previous example. And then finally, this shorthand we have at the end here, meditation hours plus plus, is super common. We can also do minus minus. This is also valid syntax. But we see that this is going to be infinite right now, so we don't want to do that. And the reason for that is that by saying minus minus, we're essentially saying that meditation hours should start at 1 and it should subtract 1 each time it goes through our for loop. And meditation hours thus will never be greater than 100. So if we switch this around, if we start off at 100 and we decrement it down to 1, this would make more sense, right? We'd say, okay, we want to start at 100. Each time we go through our for loop, we want to subtract 1, and then meditation hours must be greater than 1, and we're going to see 99 times it will print out here. So we can go through our for loop both ways. Incrementing upwards is usually the way you see things, but there are going to be times when you might want to increment downwards, kind of like in your upcoming challenge. Hint, hint. So the final thing I want to show you here